All right, we're going to get started because I asked folks to be here on time, and they were all on time, so we're going to get started. Welcome to the House Environment and Transportation Committee, Wednesday, February 11th. First of all, great job, Delegate Baylor. I heard only 1 or 2 senators got lost when you were scoring them, so we appreciate it. And we're going to start with House Bill 252, Environment Lead Paint Abatement Services, Performance Bond and Liability Insurance. I think we have someone on, there's the Secretary, perfect timing. Madam Secretary, come on up, start with House Bill 252.
Okay.
And if you have anybody who should be up there with you, feel free to bring them.
I don't have access to the talking points. I don't have access to the whole. Now, can you give me a minute? Out of breath, I ran here. Water would be great. Okay. Hi. Where are the remarks? Okay. Okay.
It's the easy one.
I'm out of shape. I ran up the steps.
Not out of shape.
Okay. Okay, I can get started. Thank you for offering to get me water. I do have a little cold, so that's wonderful. So good afternoon, Chair. It's good to see you again, and Vice Chair. All the members of this committee, I'm very happy to be here today to testify. Apologize for my voice. I'm losing my voice, which is great. I won't be screaming today. Trying to project, so. All right, I'm gonna get right into why I'm here today and get into this testimony. For the record, I am Serena McElwain, Secretary of Maryland's Department of the Environment, and I am here to present HB 252. At its core, this bill addresses a critical gap in how we regulate lead paint abatement in Maryland.
Yep. Yes.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was at a different hearing. Sorry about that. Okay. This just threw me off for a second. So when we talk about lead abatement, we're not talking about paperwork or permits. We're actually talking about children's brains, family health, and whether a home is really, truly safe. And when the stakes are that high, there is actually no room for error, and I think we all know that. And that's why, and that's where HB 252 comes in. This bill gives MDE the authority to require reasonable performance bonds or liability insurance for accredited lead abatement professionals. And here's why that actually matters. We have seen too many examples of lead work gone wrong. And I know you all may have heard about the latest case in the public and in the news, but that's just an example of when lead work goes wrong. You have unqualified or careless contractors who are performing lead abatement, certifying that the work is complete, and then they disappear. And so when problems surface, it's the families, it's the property owners, and ultimately, it is the state who actually ends up having to pay for the damage that has been caused, because what happens is those people, they just simply walk away. And everyone else has to absorb the cost. And this is not accountability when you're talking about children's health and their health is on the line. HB 252, it actually shifts the responsibility back where it belongs, on the professionals who are performing the work and who are certifying that the work is correct. So without this bill, there is no meaningful protection when the lead abatement fails, so when we're requiring insurance and bonding as well, it is actually what we call a common sense safeguard to require that. Because now, if this is approved, it's going to ensure that the contractors demonstrate competence and responsibility and professionalism before they are allowed to actually do the work. So if, excuse me, Before, these professionals were actually allowed, again, to just do the work, and there is no real responsibility. There is no insurance. There is no bonding. So if this bill is passed, what it actually does is it raises industry standards. It weeds out the unqualified actors, and it reduces the disputes we've seen and the costly litigation that we've heard about and actually have been a part of. And it also gives the families who are depending on this, it gives them the confidence that the lead hazards are actually really being eliminated and not just signed off on a piece of paper. So it also protects the property owners, because the property owners are actually the ones who have to end up paying twice when there's an error, not the professional. Or worse, they have to live in these unresolved lead hazards because of someone else's negligence. At the end of the day, this bill is a public health bill, and it's also an equity bill. We know that lead exposure disproportionately impacts low-income communities and communities of color. These families deserve the same protections and assurances that we expect in every other area of environmental and health regulation and protection as well. And for those reasons, I respectfully ask for a favorable report on House Bill 252. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to provide you answers.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Any questions? Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Secretary. I was reading over testimony in Maryland Multi-Housing. They did have a question, concern, I guess you could say, in their written testimony. Talked about, they had a fundamental question regarding this bill. The bill requires a lead inspector to be insured or bonded, but it is unclear whether the insurance company would still pay out a claim if there was fraud involved. We believe it is essential to clarify this point to ensure the bill's intent is fully realized. So MMHA urges the committee to consider this question and provide clarity on the issue.
If I understand you correctly, are you asking whether, if these professionals were to get the insurance or bonding, will the insurance companies actually pay out for their mishaps? Is that the question you're asking?
It says it's unclear whether the insurance company will still pay out a claim if it was fraud involved. That's their question.
Well, that is actually a good question, and do you have the answer to that?
I think, Delegate, for the record, Rick Kessler, I'm the Director of the Land and Materials Administration, which oversees the lead poisoning prevention program. Nice to see you again, Delegate. That is why the bill actually calls for insurance or bonding. Bonding would probably be the route that would cover the fraud versus insurance. So what happened with Green Environment, we invalidated 1,452 lead certificates, which the property owners, many of whom probably are members of the multi-unit housing association, had to pay on their own to get these facilities re-inspected by an actual inspector who did actual work rather than fraudulent work. That came out of their pockets. The point of the legislation and the bonding would be that they would have access to funds to, in order to cover those costs. But it is something, in putting this forward, that is who we're thinking of when we put this bill forward, was to ensure that those people can get money. And I think, Secretary, we would probably be open to any suggestions and work with the
Yeah. Well, because the idea is almost like medical professionals, right? They have malpractice insurance, and that is when they are doing something that's not right, when they're not, whatever medical act they're performing, you have that insurance to protect people. This is the same, from what we are, the intent is the same kind of insurance to protect when they're doing something wrong. Fraud made me hesitate a little bit, but it ends up in fraud sometimes, but it's you did something wrong. You certified something that shouldn't have been certified, and you need to be held accountable.
Thank you for your answer. Hopefully that will resolve their concern. And But it sounds like you addressed the intent, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you again, Madam Secretary. Reading the fiscal note, economic impact on small businesses, seems that the analysis they have given us is they could have significant impact on Maryland small businesses from the point of view of having to buy the insurance and things like that, and it could possibly discourage new businesses from opening up. Could you address that, please?
You want to, your question is, will this requirement impede small businesses and deter them from wanting to open businesses?
Or they wouldn't be able to afford the bonding. I'm just reading the fiscal note that was presented to us. That's where it's coming from.
Just a second. Is the legislative?
It came from Mr. Fred Banks.
Okay.
So the intent of the bill is not to drive small or minority contractor or any legitimate contractor out of business. What this is about is raising the bar and ensuring that there is recourse for property owners who hire folks who aren't able to perform or fraudulently perform. We don't think that the costs involved, and of course we would do the requirements by rule, so there'd be an opportunity for public comment on the levels, on all these things as we move forward. But the intent is not to exclude any legitimate contractor.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Delegate Odom.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary McElwain. I think I understood your presentation clearly, but I just want to make sure of one thing that's in my mind hearing the last couple of questions. Presently, there is no recovery for the consumer or whoever contracts with an individual to do this remediation, and they fail to do it because they either aren't qualified or they fraudulently pursue it.
Correct.
So this legislation, if I'm correct, will now hold that consumer harmless. They won't, if a contractor frauds them or whatever, they will then be made whole. Am I to understand that?
The intent is to protect the consumer. So right now, they're not required to hold insurance at all. So things go wrong, it's usually the consumer who has to pay for it. Or worst case scenario, which has happened, we have to pay for it, the state. They sign it and walk away, that's it. Right now, if we're requiring them to have insurance or a bond, now we can go after the insurance. They have to pay for insurance for the work that they are certifying. And so the intent, again, is to hopefully protect consumers more so that the professionals bear the cost instead of the consumers.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. There is an additional witness, Riley Rashong from Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. Come on up.
Hello, members of the committee. Thank you so much. Thank you, Bob. Thank you. No, here, I'll just go over that. Thank you so much, Chair Corman, members of the committee. Before I begin, 2 minutes, gotcha. So thank you all so much for your time. I am Riley Grace Rochong. I'm an attorney with the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative, and we are testifying in support of HB 252. I'm here on behalf of our Executive Director, Ruth Ann Norton, who currently chairs the Governor's Lead Poisoning and Prevention Commission, in addition to other positions that she serves on. So I'm sorry that she's not able to be here. You have me instead. I want to, before I address, I want to talk about some of the points that some of the delegates brought up. I cannot reiterate enough, though, the dangers and the risks that lead, if unaddressed, can pose to everyone in the public, especially to tenants and families and children who inhabit lead-affected homes. That was the whole purpose of enacting this program in the first place in 1994. And especially given what happened in the recent case, I won't get into it. Madam Secretary already discussed it previously. This bill is intended not only to especially protect consumers, but also to protect the integrity of this program and public confidence in it. Now, at the recent Lead Poisoning and Prevention Commission, it was also brought up to Delegate Jacobs' question about whether or not insurance would cover fraud in this instance, or whether or not that was an issue to this bill. And so we agree with the Secretary's analysis that because this legislation is drafted to give them the latitude to draft and enact regulations, then they would be able to have regulations that could require people as necessary to get bonding, and that should address those concerns as they've been raised. So we don't believe that that poses an issue in this case, but we're glad that people have brought that to our attention. To Delegate Morgan's point, I did want to address the potential economic impact, and also to the Secretary's point, we want to make sure, again, this is not to drive out any businesses or to make sure that we're preventing businesses from being able to open. This is already standard practice, especially for MHIC licensed contractors to get regulation or to get insurance. So this is to ensure that contractors are acting in line with industry standards in Maryland. Thank you.
Excellent. Any questions? Delegate Healy.
Yeah, just one quick question. What is the marketplace for this kind of insurance? Are there policies available readily for small businesses to get this kind of insurance?
I can't speak to specific lead contractor insurance. There's general insurance policies that are available for contractors that typically would be registered with MHIC. Most contractors are required in order to do any kind of insurance.
I mean, if we're going to require them to get a specific kind of insurance, we want to make sure that it exists, that's all.
Right, no, we would, so the way that the legislation is drafted is to give MDE the ability to enact regulations that would require them to get reasonable insurance for contractors who are registered with them. That wouldn't be any kind of different insurance than what contractors typically already get as part of industry standard practices in Maryland.
Okay, so it will be on the department to develop the regulations that will provide whatever necessity there is to describe the kind of insurance or the companies that offer it.
As I understand the language as it's drafted, yes, Delegate. This is, the way that the bill is drafted is it puts the onus on the Maryland Department of the Environment to draft the final regulations.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the bill here on House Bill 252. We'll turn to House Bill 254, Supporting Inclusive Community Adaptation Act. We'll bring up the DNR Secretary and anyone else you need.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Josh Kurtz, Secretary of the Department of Natural Resources, here to testify in support of House Bill 254, the Supporting Inclusive Community Adaptation Act. The purpose of this piece of legislation is to really codify and further institutionalize several pilots and different types of programs that will help ensure, especially our waterfront communities and our waterfront community members, are safe in the face of things like sea level rise, stronger storm surge, really climate-related issues. This bill does many things. I'm just going to step through them briefly. The first is it codifies our Resilience Through Restoration program as a permanent program in statute. This was a pilot program that was enacted in FY18. We have seen significant demand increase across the state for these types of projects. We've had 15 projects, with the initial goal of 15 projects, we have basically done 41, including some planning with the original funding. 16 of them are completing construction, 5 are actually still underway for construction. I think it's really important to note that while this program has gone on as a pilot, we've seen a significant demand from members of the public and communities for the exact type of solutions that this program funds. This would not have any funds attached to it directly. What it would allow us to do, though, is provide a line item for funding specific resilience projects if we're able to access federal funds in the future. It reduces barriers for our living shoreline, our loan program. So currently our loan program has a pretty high hurdle in terms of how you can access that. There's a formula in statute. So this would overhaul that and make it easier, reduce some of the burden for community members, individual property owners to be able to access the types of services that are needed on their properties through this loan program. It also aims to specifically increase community participation when the state is planning large programs. One thing we see in these types of practices, like a living shorelines, is that they provide benefit to community members, not just the individual property. And so when we are the department going out, issuing and working with different groups through grants, whether they be homeowners associations, faith-based institutions, nonprofits, the federal government, we are unable to really fund and help fund participation from the community. So this would open up opportunities and avenues for us through our grants to those institutions to be able to fund things like transportation for those that are participating, if it's a community member leading a work group, whatnot. The bill also streamlines several of our planning resources and our tools. I think this is really important for local governments. At the end of the day, and I'm sure you hear this from your colleagues, they're on the front lines of these impacts. And so what this bill does is it streamlines our planning tools and really helps them tap into those. We have a wide range of different planning tools that they can use as they set different priorities, really helps institutionalize that. It also develops training and guidance, incorporates those tools into some of those programs that we have at the department. And finally, it models climate change resilience on department lands. And I think this is really important, and actually this builds off of the legacy of the Great Maryland Outdoors Act, of really thinking about our lands as the way to demonstrate innovation, our lands as a way to buffer private property and local communities. And so this would require the department to participate and to actually demonstrate and pilot how we can be successful in resilience, not just for our lands, but for communities associated nearby. So with that, I would urge a favorable report on HB 254. Thank you for the time.
Good afternoon. My name is Marie Pierre Delisle, and I'm an assistant professor of ocean engineering at the United States Naval Academy. My expertise is broadly on the effects of sea level rise on coastal flooding, and I'm currently advising a group of midshipmen at the Naval Academy on capstone projects focused on coastal resilience design at Holly Beach Farm in partnership with the Department of Natural Resources. Holly Beach Farm is a natural protective feature for the broader Annapolis region. Because of its position in the Chesapeake Bay, the peninsula absorbs and redirects the wave energy before it reaches the critical infrastructure behind it, such as the U.S. Naval Academy, Naval Support Activity Annapolis, neighborhoods, and transportation corridors like Route 50. However, Holly Beach Farm has experienced significant erosion, and as sea levels rise, its protective function will diminish without strategic intervention. So the two projects that we're working on at Holly Beach Farm focus on strengthening resilience using a variety of solutions, such as a breakwater and living shorelines. These solutions are designed to attenuate wave energy, reduce shoreline retreat, and enhance habitat at Holly Beach Farm to sustain the peninsula's long-term protective capacity in the face of sea level rise. These projects reflect a resilience through restoration approach through the planning and design of nature-based solutions that reduce vulnerability, protect public assets, and provide regional risk reduction benefits. They're being designed with adaptive management in mind so performance can be monitored and adjusted over time to remain effective under changing conditions. In addition to the regional environmental and resilience benefits, these projects directly benefit midshipmen by providing hands-on experience in planning, modeling, and evaluating nature-based solutions. Through this partnership with DNR, our midshipmen are not only applying classroom knowledge to real-world challenges, but they're learning how to collaborate with stakeholders and see how their work can have tangible impact on both natural and built environments in their community. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, members of the committee. My name is Annie Richards. For the record, I'm your Chester River keeper from Shore Rivers on Maryland's Eastern Shore. We are on the front lines of impacts from climate change, and restoration through resilience is critical for our communities and our waterways. I'd first like to just express my gratitude. This is one of several bills DNR is introducing this session that we believe directly reflect environmental partner feedback on how funding programs can continue to engage our communities and be better. And so there are two things specifically I'd like to touch on in this bill that Shore Rivers is really excited about. One is activating community ambassadors. Shore Rivers has implemented just under 300 restoration projects on Maryland's Eastern Shore. We know that when there's community buy-in and stakeholder engagement on that restoration work, its success, not just in implementation, but in the long term, is so much better. To activate community ambassadors that can help steward and foster community conversations about that restoration and to ensure that it's properly maintained and looked after in perpetuity is critical. We've been able to use community ambassadors through several different avenues of work. We use them in our Tree the Shore program, where we can identify tree planting locations, particularly in underserved communities. Also in our work through Envision the Chop Tank, one of the recipients of the Whole Watershed Act, we've been able to use community ambassadors to work with our underserved communities to improve restoration on the Chop Tank. Additionally, as a riverkeeper, one of the most frequent calls I get is community members who are worried about their eroding shorelines and unsure of what they can do. There are huge financial barriers to solving erosion through living shorelines, and the improvements made to the loan programs at DNR through this bill will, as they say, reduce barriers, reduce hurdles, and hopefully make living shorelines more achievable for the general public. So we ask for a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Stein.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Secretary, thank you for this bill. I like all the aspects of it, and especially the part whereby DNR is going to identify climate risk on all department lands, which is great. I guess my question is, after you've done the assessment for all DNR properties, is that something that would be available on your website or some other location that the public could access it?
Yes, absolutely. And I think a key piece of this is we see this as an educational experience or opportunity. So one of the places I think we're most excited and maybe people really wouldn't think about from a climate resilience perspective, but is in our stream valleys. So we manage several large stream valleys at the fall line, whether that be in Patapsco State Park, Gunpowder, across the state. Traditionally, people think about coastal resilience, but actually the flash flooding that comes from there, think Ellicott City, right? Those are significant potential issues for communities. And so what we're looking at too is planning for how we can communicate about management of those type of floodplains to help other people and localities think about that in a different way. And then these projects to directly impact in a positive way the communities downstream of them. So thinking about maybe moving some of our assets to create more floodplain, things like that.
Great. Okay. We'll look forward to it. Thank you.
All right. Delegate Morgan, you okay?
All good, boss.
All right. That concludes the bill here on House Bill 254. Don't go away, Mr. Secretary. We'll move to House Bill 255, Natural Resources Pamela J. Kelly Tree Tremendous Maryland Program Alterations. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Josh Kurtz, Secretary of the Department of Natural Resources. We have before you HB 255. I urge a favorable report. This bill makes changes to our Tree Tremendous program. This program has been in place since 1989. It's really about supporting tree planting and helping plant trees predominantly on public lands, but it's supported entirely by voluntary donations. And thanks to a partnership with MDOT, we've been able to really increase that voluntary fund. We have learned a lot about how to do tree planting better, in large part to the 5 Million Trees Act that was passed a few years ago. And one of the great things that bill did was it allowed us to fund site preparation and then maintenance on the back end. So we've seen significantly higher rates of survivability of these trees. Really helps create better bang for the buck for the state of Maryland. The Tree Tremendous program in statute does not allow for the use of funds for site preparation and then maintenance. Think protecting from deer browse, invasive species removal over the first 3 years of the lifespan of the project, which is really the critical time for survivability. So this bill would expand the allowable uses of the fund. Again, voluntary donations go into this fund to be able to do that site prep and long-term maintenance so we have higher survivability of these trees, helping to meet the state's tree planting goal and a wide range of other water quality and resilience programs. With that, I would urge a favorable report by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. It's not a trick question. Who was Pamela J. Kelly? If you know.
We knew you were going to ask that one. So Pamela J. Kelly, this was named in 2011 after a member of the Forest Service. She was an employee of the department for a very long time. Our own Johnny Appleseed, if you will, did a lot of tree planting over the course of her career and was named in honor of her.
Cool. All right, I do not see any questions, so that concludes the bill here on House Bill 255. I'm sure this next one will be just as quick. House Bill 395, Delegate Boyce. Water pollution control, discharge permits, concentrated animal feeding operations. If you have a panel, please bring them up.
Two bills. I think oh, yes, of course. I'm missing someone, but it's okay. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I am Regina T. Boyce, here representing HB 395, Water Pollution Control, Discharge Permits, Concentrated animal feeding operations. Of course, the bill's purpose is to change provisions that a person holding a concentrated animal feeding operation general discharge permit issued by MDE before the person may begin construction on any part of a new CAFO. The purpose is to prevent losses across the shore from permitting delays and to provide MDE with the discretion needed to approve projects in the pipeline. As we know, on the 7th of July of last summer, the discharge permit as issued by the Maryland Department of Environment and the U.S. Environment Protection Agency expired without beginning of the renewal process, and MDE has made note of this, and they will make note of it in their testimony. The gap in the expired permit caused a major pause for growers who were in the pipeline for construction on chicken houses due to current law amended in 2019 that prohibits the construction on or any part of a poultry house prior to full coverage under a CAFO permit, general permit. And a little bit about why this matters, and then mostly about what this is not. The lapse in coverage caused significant economic damages. One chicken house cost approximately $625,000 plus interest. If a grower was able to be under this permit, would have been constructed by this fall, and the grower would have had 1 or 2 flocks of chickens by the beginning of 2026. A grower can raise approximately 5 flocks in a year. This number of flock amounts to 20 to 40% of annual on-farm income loss. This loss at the time of the delay amounts to over 30 million installed business projects, but not just for growers, but for builders, for realtors, for lenders, for equipment manufacturers, and for feed mills. Further, many of the chicken houses in question were replacing older chicken houses to maintain production levels, modernize designs of houses, and modernize equipment for efficiency, safety, and increased environmental standards, which improves environmental outcomes. Here we go. Clarity and rebuttals. Let's talk about what this is not. It is not the intent of this bill or myself, a member of the environmental justice and sustainability communities of the state, to pull back any environmental standards, any regulations. This is not to divert from any goals, safeguards, or divert from any application projects or regulations. MDE has made it clear that they will remain discretion. They also have said that in the event of a permit expiration, they can use the notice of intent, or the NOI, for a tentative review to ensure all applicable regulations will be adhered to. This bill is not intended to have any effect on water or air quality, nor does it eliminate permitting, weaken water protections, or allow unregulated CAFOs to operate. A CAFO, as you know, cannot legally house birds or generate manure without coverage under a general CAFO permit. This bill does not change that. I do know that there are concerns, and I certainly want to address them. A chicken house may be financed before a permit is issued, thereby forcing MDE to issue a CAFO permit. This is not the intent, nor is the case, and I'm certainly open to suggestions to make that clarification. I know there will be many coming to the table with possible amendments for HB 39. I welcome receiving those amendments for review and consideration with the support of the Environment Subcommittee to work towards the best decision that fits the needs of the poultry community, the environmental advocates' concerns, and MDE. Rural Maryland, the agricultural community, is at the center of this discussion. How can we consider our environmental goals, our standards, and protections, while at the same time consider an industry that is tied to the economy of the Eastern Shore? This is what we are working on together. The poultry industry, I don't have to tell you, of the Eastern Shore is a cornerstone of Maryland's agrarian economy, contributing more than $5.4 billion per year to Maryland's economy. Moreover, the agricultural industry relies on poultry producers, given that a large portion of the industry is impacted by this challenge. It is my greatest desire for this bill to be the product of collaboration with all parties involved, including but not limited to the growers, the environmental advocates, the departments, and of course the Eastern Shore communities. I've heard from many advocates, from Baltimore City residents to longtime shore farmers, about this bill, and we take all of their feedback into consideration and with seriousness. HB 395 will help prevent this issue from occurring in the future, should there be another permitting gap, and will minimize the economic burden of any other further delays on farmers. I also want to say this is not political. As I've read all the testimony, this is not a political move. This is not any way to undermine. Of all the testimony that I read, only one offered a potential amendment and other two offered to work with us to help figure this out. And so I would hope the opposition is willing to work with us to help figure this out because it is an issue, and we are here as not only legislators but as individuals watching and a part of this participatory process to help find solutions to our most challenging issues. And we do have a challenge here, and I am certain that together we will work it out. And I thank you for your time and your consideration, and I urge a favorable report.
Delegate Boyce, let me just say, it would have been very easy for a Baltimore City delegate to shrug their shoulders and say, not my problem. So I think it's amazing that you took this on.
Thank you.
And, the speaker is elevating the rural caucus and rural voices. Of course, Delegate Ziegler's a leader on that. But you've been doing that work since long before I was on this committee. So I just want to thank you because it would have been very easy to do nothing. And so we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Just want to note for the secretaries that we're timing you because this is not a departmental. You are not the equivalent of the bill sponsor here. So just keep in mind you have the typical 2 minutes, and please go ahead.
That's new for me. I've never been timed. Okay. Well, good afternoon, Chair Corman again, and Vice Chair. So good to see you and to be here again. I really do appreciate the opportunity. For the record, I am Serena McElwain, Secretary of Maryland's Department of the Environment. I am here to support House Bill 395. I'll try to go fast. Let me just start by saying that this bill addresses a very specific step in the permitting process for concentrated animal feeding operations, but that step that we're talking about today has real consequences for farmers and for businesses who are simply trying to plan, invest, and do the right thing. Right now, our state law requires that an applicant seeking construction for the first time, and if they're not covered by the existing CAFO permit, they have to obtain coverage under either an active general permit or an individual permit. And that sounds straightforward, but it actually is not straightforward. But in reality, it can actually be a real challenge for businesses and for farmers. For example, the CAFO permit, when it expires, we've essentially shut down new businesses for anyone who was not already covered under the existing permit and who otherwise could have applied. I'm going to go off script because I see I got 40 seconds. So let me I'm just going to freestyle this. With this permit, I just want to make it very clear what this provision is doing. When our CAFO permit lapsed because of us, I won't get into that. When it lapsed, we caused a lot of problems for farmers. We tried to fix it, but we could not because of this provision. All they're asking is to start construction, not the CAFO permit. This is just allowing them to construct. They still have to go through the CAFO permit. And so it is a risk for them, but I think if they're willing to take it, they should. I did it. Thank you.
Going to be very quick. Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, members of the committee, Kevin Addix, Secretary of the Maryland Department of Agriculture, here in strong support of this legislation. I think it's important to set the table and understand that we, as an agency and with our sister agencies, have ensured that our growers in Maryland have the capability and the responsibility to grow safely and humanely and efficiently poultry that is feeding Marylanders. And we stand in strong support of this industry. It is, as was stated, such an incredible part of the Eastern Shore's economy, and we have to ensure that we do not stand in the way and that our laws do not stand in the way. I did want to say that the punchline of this bill is to give the Department of Environment the tools and direction that it needs to continue allowing the industry, supporting the industry to grow. But what it does not do, it does not eliminate any rules or restrictions. Does a grower still need to abide by and meet all of the laws and regulations related to stormwater and animal safety and everything else? Unequivocally, yes. Does the community still have the opportunity for input? Unequivocally, yes.
Does the grower in the industry get to skirt the rules and start putting birds in the houses before getting final approval once the permit and the CAFO permit and the EPA permit are all approved? No. But it does allow them to take that risk of getting started, of building, of moving forward to the point where when that permit is finally issued, they can put birds in the house and begin that process all over. So House Bill 395 does ensure that the ag industry and the Department of Environment have a clear path forward to meet all of our collective goals. And with that, I urge your support of this bill.
Okay, thank you. A question from Delegate Jacobs.
First of all, I want to thank Delegate Boyce also from Baltimore City for taking this issue on. As you know, it's been a very difficult time in the ag community over in my district, and a lot of anxiety as a result of some of the results of that CAFO permit expiring. And I've had some good conversations with Mr. Kessler about this, and I feel confident he's going to get things back in order. But in the meantime, you know, I still have a couple questions, and Madam Secretary, I'm really happy to see you on this panel.
I bet you are.
Let me take the glove off.
I'd like to take a picture of this one, actually. But
Well, be nice, I have a cold.
and get a selfie with it. But anyhow, I do have a couple questions, and they'll kind of run together. Maybe you can answer them together, maybe separately. But can you explain to me how this will give you more discretion and how it will assist the farmers in starting their operation, this piece of legislation?
Yeah, I'm going to let you explain, well, expand on what I say, but let me try and answer your question. The flexibility part you can talk about. Right now, we are giving farmers the opportunity to construct instead of waiting for a CAFO permit to be done, right? Right now, what happened in Maryland and in my agency, we allowed the CAFO permit to expire. And when that happened, the farmers were not able to apply. They still have to get a permit. They couldn't even apply for the construction permit because we allowed somehow the CAFO permit to expire. And so what this does is, which it won't happen again, but should it happen again and the CAFO permit expires, this industry can still apply for their loans and all the things that they need for their livelihood. They can apply for a permit. It's called a construction permit. They can do that. So that's the difference. That's what we're allowing them to do. They do not get a free ride. You still have to apply for a permit. It's just a different kind of permit.
Right.
So that's what we're doing. I don't know if you want to, do you need
I just want to follow up to that question, then I have one more. You know, one of the problems I had with one of my constituents trying to build a new operation was he did everything he needed to do, got right up to the CAFO.
Yeah.
The banks wouldn't lend him the money without the CAFO.
Yeah.
And so, you know, will this change that?
Delegate, again, Rick Kessler, Director of Land and Materials Administration at MDE. We do believe because the law both not only prohibits from construction without the permit, but also says if you violate, you can never get a permit, we think that's helped cause the problem of choking off some of the financing. With our flexibility restored, we can enter into consent orders with the individual farmers and work through these things in a way we have been advised by council we cannot right now.
All right. I have one more simple question for you. Madam Secretary, can you walk us through the steps a grower needs to go through to get a CAFO permit?
Rick, would you please walk through that process?
So just so the committee understands.
Yes, absolutely.
I've got a big chart, hang on. Pull it out. I can't do it from the top of my head, but we do have it's a pretty long process. Suffice to say, it starts, they have to have a,
Is it in the bill? The bill file?
it looks something like this.
Right?
So there has to be a notice of intent, nutrient management plans. There has to be a checklist that's complete. There's a technical review, the document prep, there's a public notice package for review and signature. Supervisor approves the checklist. I can go on, I can submit for the record too. But it is a quite lengthy, involved process with many steps before we even get to granting that permit.
Right. And that's my whole point for the question, is I want the committee to understand just what's involved in this to get to this point. All the detailed required plans, et cetera, that are necessary to get to this point. And I thank you for that. Maybe you can get a copy of that sent around at some point.
We will make sure.
Thank you very much. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, that'd be great. I think we'd all like to see that. So if you could send it to the committee, we'd appreciate it. Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Boyce, for bringing this legislation. And I think this accommodation is needed here for our chicken farmers. But I have questions for the Secretary McWayne about how this actually works so that I understand what the process is. So if this bill were to pass and someone wanted to construct a new structure, a CAFO, they would apply for a general construction permit? Is that correct?
Discharge, yes.
A discharge construction permit.
Discharge permit.
Right, and that is something that MDE does rather quickly, or, I mean, it sounds like it's a quicker process than this, right?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's rather quick, but.
Can I clarify? There's no deviation from the current process. The process would be implemented in the case of a gap of the permit, as I understand it.
That is correct. It doesn't shorten or make it longer. It's just allowing them to apply for the construction discharge permit.
So that they could begin the construction before they had the CAFO.
Correct.
CAFO, okay.
Right.
And so then when would they be required under this bill to have a CAFO permit? Like, would it be?
If they want to operate, so you can build a house.
Okay.
But you can't move in. It's kind of like that. You can build the house, but you can't move in until you get the permits and.
I see.
Right? So they're
Okay.
building the house, but the chickens can't live there until they get a CAFO.
Okay, so they still would be
Simple terms.
required to get the CAFO
Correct.
in order to operate?
Correct.
They couldn't just go on the construction permit
No.
for
No.
undefined period of time? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So right now, the issue is they can't even break ground, right? And so this would
Correct.
allow them to at least start the process so that once the CAFO permit snaps back into action, they'll be able to move in, right?
Exactly.
Considering that they've already been in the process.
Right, okay. Delegate Ziegler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the League of Conservation Voters has opposition testimony in here was something I wanted to ask you about. It says that this law would apply broadly across industrial facilities, giving all industrial facilities a permit prior to construction. Is that true? And if so, could you comment on possible ramifications?
It's not true.
Okay.
Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the good delegate from Baltimore City for bringing this bill and clearly working really hard on it. And to your panel, the secretaries, thank you. I am a public health professional, and so when I looked in the testimony file and saw a letter from Johns Hopkins Center for Livable Future, I think it was, and that caught my attention. And I'd like to learn a little bit more your perspective and how this bill sits vis-a-vis public health. I think there's some concern that the bill or that the new process doesn't take into account potential public health risks. And that's one thing. But more urgent for me, I guess my key question here is about notice. The testimony mentions that this bill doesn't have a specific provision for community notice, and I wondered if you could help me understand that the process for CAFO permitting, construction permitting, because it's new subject matter for me.
Right, so Delegate, I appreciate that, and I knew the public health professional would see that and ask that question. It does not remove those provisions, and I understand. So I guess I should just speak honestly. You know, under a past administration, under past leadership, before these two wonderful individuals, there was a worry about one, construction of a chicken house, and then the start of having chickens in that chicken house without proper inspections. And so you've got then a chicken house who hasn't necessarily been inspected. They have these chickens. They're leading to, you know, it's the manure, it's the smell. They haven't been, so there was a worry about that. Now, we don't necessarily have that under certain new leadership, and I understand that folks want legislation in place should new leadership, right, be in place, and then they change back. But as the Secretary mentioned, this does not remove the ability for communities to weigh in and get notice. And so I think there may be some need to clarify, and hopefully Rick can help me clarify that the process will stand in place should this bill move forward. So you would still have to go through all the processes that you would have to go through now before getting a CAFO permit. You still have to go through the design and the application before you get it and then construct. What this bill is saying, we're just removing this provision so that because risk management says not if, but when, because this will probably happen again 15 years from now. I don't know. It's not going to happen under these folks' watch. That's what they said. We'll have to hold them to that. But if it does, then they would have the discretion to be able to look at those who put in the time and the effort to start the process, only to Delegate Jacobs' point, get to the point where they should be handed a CAFO permit and therefore cannot get it. So in that regard, and it's why I feel confident in helping to support this and helping to figure out a path if folks don't feel like this is the path. That's why I feel confident in supporting this, because nothing else changes except for if and when there's an issue for a gap. Because as she mentioned, and Rick mentioned, legally, or their legal team did not believe that they had the ability to move forward given provision in law.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
I hope that helped, Madam Public Health Professional.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Delegate Anderson.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll get this down one day. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. Madam Secretary, just for a point of clarification, anyone that is not in good standing with the Maryland Department of Environment would not be entitled to this? If they were a habitual offender, if they had fines posted, would they be entitled to this same?
Technically, no. No.
I didn't think so, but I just wanted to clarify that they would have to be in good standing with your department to be available, for this tool to be available to them.
Correct. Like most permits, but yes, absolutely.
Okay, I do not see any further questions for the sponsor or her panel. We have another panel of supporters, Grayson Middleton, Delmarva Chicken Association, Jason Cronshaw, Delmarva Chicken Association, Rusty Covington from Purdue, and Asif Khan. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Grayson Middleton. I'm here with Delmarva Chicken Association. I think that we've sufficiently covered the background of this issue, and I just want to add we cannot afford for this to happen again. It has been more than distressing for us to hear from so many family farmers who cannot comprehend that their income and investments have been jeopardized due to an administrative error in Annapolis, who, despite following every regulation and law, cannot move a bucket full of dirt to build their farm. Some may view these folks as industrial facilities. I think you all, through your visits to our farms, have seen that this is not the case. These are people who work hard for their living and simply want the ability to keep doing it. I want to be clear about what this legislation does and perhaps more importantly, what it does not do. We have determined through many conversations with MDE that removing this 2019 amendment will give them the discretion to allow prospective growers to start building their farm in the event of a lapsed permit. There is no hidden motive. There is no boogeyman in this. It does not change the requirement of obtaining a CAFO permit before placing birds. It does not remove the various requirements for public input. It does not affect water quality. It does not change MDE's discretion. It does not change the various reviews of site plans, nutrient management plans, or notices of intent prior to construction. As far as we see it, this is simply fixing a regulatory glitch that no one has noticed until now. A glitch that has tied the hands of MDE, will cost our farmers critical income, and has led to millions of dollars of stalled business on the Eastern Shore. I ask that you please give our farmers the much-needed assurance that this will not happen again, that Maryland is still a state that supports their hard work to feed our people. We ask for a favorable vote, and I also thank the bill sponsor for her work on this.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Asif Khan, and I'm here in strong support of Bill 395. I came to the United States a decade ago to looking forward a better future for my family, and was joined by my brother late in 2018. And we started growing chickens for Mount Air at the East Coast in Maryland. I like farming not only because I take pride in the work, but also because it has enabled me to establish myself as self-sufficient business owner to support my family. In an effort to expand my business, I had a farm back in 2024, which I sold in Delaware, but tried to build a new one in Maryland. I bought a piece of land in Dorchester County, and I've been through the process of getting permits. And we were recently told that this was not possible due to the unavailability of CAFO permit. Furthermore, my family, like many others, cannot even obtain financing to start work on stormwater management plan or building pads due to current law that prohibits the construction of any part of CAFO before getting a permit. I am not here today to ask for special treatment. On our farms, we followed every regulation exactly so that there is no discharge. So it is extremely frustrating to be told that we cannot go forward with starting our farm and expanding our family's dream, not because of anything we did, just because of an administrative error. So this is our livelihood, and I'm at the risk of losing not only the land I bought for the farm, but also for my house I live in. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gorman, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Rusty Covington, Housing Manager for Purdue Farms, and I'm here in support of House Bill 395. For more than 100 years, poultry has been the backbone of agriculture on Maryland's Eastern Shore. We started as a handful of flocks, has grown into an industry that now accounts for half of Maryland's farm cash receipts, sustaining thousands of farm families in rural communities. But today, our farmers face a structural roadblock that threatens that progress. Nearly a third of the chicken houses in our region are over 30 years old, and new houses are urgently needed to ensure current operational levels can be maintained. This isn't just a paperwork delay. It stalls critical infrastructure replacement, disrupts long-term planning, and leaves our region competing with neighboring states that do not impose this hurdle. They remain open for business. House Bill 395 is a practical, common-sense fix. It allows construction to begin while still requiring full environmental compliance before birds are placed. The bill reduces unnecessary red tape and brings Maryland in line with surrounding states. Protects family farms by ensuring construction can happen during the narrow windows when weather and financing align. Maintains strict oversight, simply adjusting timing so the permit matches the real workflow of building a farm, not after the opportunity has passed. This bill strengthens our farm communities without sacrificing environmental standards. It ensures our infrastructure can keep pace with the demands of modern agriculture and keeps Maryland competitive in the region. I respectfully ask for your favorable report on House Bill 395. Thank you for your time.
Starting off at a bad start here. Good morning or good afternoon. My name is Jason Cronshaw. I'm here in support also of this bill. I'm a young farmer on Maryland's Eastern Shore in Queen Anne's County. I've been grain farming pretty much since I was able to walk with my grandfather on our family farm. I know in this particular time that we face for a young farmer and his challenges to grow, we need all farm income in addition to the row crop. The commodity prices are low, input prices are through the roof, and there's never been more of a time where we need more all-farm income, and that brings in chicken industry for us. Mr. Covington next to me gave me the opportunity with Purdue Farms to allow to put the houses up that we need, but we've run into a CAFO issue. And that issue also has been proven pretty difficult because I can't get any lending to start this process to be able to give the proper necessary documents to MDE for them to review. So it's been a very difficult challenge. Not only is that a challenge, but we face very uncertainty of not knowing when this may get resolved. And me in particular, probably in a 1 to 2 more year basis of crops that if we don't get this resolved and get this extra income in, we're going to be forced to make a decision that I couldn't imagine of selling farms, basically. And I hope that this bill can get passed to allow us to be able to build, allow us to be able to move forward and have the clarity that we need to be able to support our families and our farm operations so we don't ever have to worry about possibly losing that. So I appreciate everyone's time, and I urge that this gets passed, and I appreciate everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for being here, especially those of you who travel from the Eastern Shore. Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you. So, Mr. Cronshaw.
Yes, sir.
You were the constituent I was talking about earlier.
Yes, sir.
And I think it was in July or it was last summer.
It was.
In very hot weather when you called me. And you said you had gotten everything done right up to the CAFO permit.
Yes.
And the banks wouldn't lend the money because of that issue.
Yes, sir.
Have you started that operation yet?
I have not.
So when did you start this process?
Oh, yes, I've started the process. I started that back when we were talking.
I know you did before. I'm just wondering where we are in time frame wise right now.
Got my plans done and everything, just waiting to have some kind of time frame to say that they can review time frame, the actual plans and whatnot, so we can move forward. But I've not been had any kind of time frame. I'm no further along than what we were when we talked back in the summer.
So you're
that helps.
Still in the same place you were?
Yes, sir, I am.
But I think MDE has been in touch with you, and they're trying to help you out, but we need this legislation to move this forward. Is that right?
Yes, sir, we do. They have been in touch with me. I have spoke with Mr. Rick Kessler behind me, and I've gotten everything that I can possibly do on my end done. So whenever they say that, we're reviewing plans or whatnot, we can move forward and hope to get this done and accomplished. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more questions for this panel. We'll call up additional supporters. Jennifer Feint from Horizon Farm Credits. Secretary Delegate Jeannie Hadaway-Riccio. Zach Brubaker, Mary Dell Ag Supply, Benjamin Alder, the Land Group, and Lindsey Thompson, Maryland Grain Producer Association. You might do a little seat swap in there, but we'll get through it. And please go when you're ready.
Okay, well, good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, Jeannie Hadaway-Riccio, here on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau in support of House Bill 395. You have our written testimony, so I will be brief, but a few points that we would like to make today. We've spent a lot of time talking about the poultry industry on the Eastern Shore, and rightfully so, because they are greatly impacted by this issue. But as a reminder, there are many dairy farms, cattle operators, and livestock producers that also are subject to CAFO permits that would benefit from this common sense approach. And those are family farms that are located throughout the state of Maryland. So this is really a statewide issue. And while this is an issue of business and investment, economics and agriculture, it's also an issue of food supply. With the bottleneck that is in place, it's currently preventing farmers from being able to prepare their farm and their property for future compliance. So removing this bottleneck will help ensure a more sustainable and sure food supply chain going forward. For those reasons, we would ask for your favorable report on this bill, and we thank you for your consideration and happy to answer any questions.
Good afternoon. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to share with you today. My name is Ben Alder. I'm a business owner on Maryland's Eastern Shore, and I've spent most of my career working with farmers and landowners in this region. I own a company called the Land Group. Our company's slogan is simple. We sell dirt, but that's not really what we do. We work with farmers to navigate land ownership, regulations, and financing so they can accomplish their goals. On the Eastern Shore, land just isn't property. It's how families make a living, and it's something they handle with great responsibility. I studied biology and resource management at the George Washington University and later pursued a master's degree in resource policy. I began my career working in conservation for more than 10 years, helping landowners implement watershed and wetland restoration projects throughout the Chesapeake. What I learned early on is that conservation works best when it's practical, when it fits how the farm operates day to day. That perspective has guided my work ever since. For more than 20 years, I've worked closely with poultry farmers and their families. These are folks who want to do things the right way. When they buy or build poultry farms, they commit to follow every local, state, and federal requirement, including the CAFO permit. Right now, that process is broken. Maryland's general CAFO permit expired in 2025, as you know, and new permits can't be issued. Because of that, farm sales, farm transfers, and new construction projects are stalled. Even when families are ready, financing is lined up, these projects are not moving forward. In today's economy, those kinds of delays can shut these opportunities for farmers down entirely. In fact, right now, I have a series of farm purchases and sales for 3 family farms, all predicated on garnering 1 CAFO permit. I come to you asking for your support for House Bill 395. It does not weaken environmental protections or sidestep permitting. It simply keeps responsible farms moving forward, doing the work to support their families, and putting food on the table.
Great. Thank you so much. We appreciate your testimony. We'll move on to the next witness.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Jennifer Feint, and I'm honored to be here on behalf of Farm Credit. I have worked in agricultural lending for 17 years, and it has been my privilege to support the producers and businesses that keep Maryland's agricultural economy strong. Farm Credit is a member-owned agricultural lending cooperative that provides reliable and consistent credit and financial services to farmers, agribusinesses, and rural communities across Maryland. Our mission is to ensure the long-term financial strength of the agricultural sector and the rural communities that depend upon it. Farm Credit strongly supports House Bill 395, which repeals the statutory requirement that a person must hold a CAFO general discharge permit from the Maryland Department of Environment before beginning construction on any part of a new CAFO. Removing this pre-construction permitting requirement addresses significant timing and regulatory challenges that can delay project financing. The misalignment between construction timelines and permit issuance creates unnecessary regulatory uncertainty for producers seeking to build, expand, or modernize their operations. When these projects are delayed and the timelines become unpredictable, many producers face higher cost, from construction materials to interest rates, and often lose valuable time in beginning or expanding production. These challenges ultimately place Maryland farmers at a competitive disadvantage. This uncertainty also affects lenders like Farm Credit, who work closely with producers to finance these projects and ensure their long-term viability. As a result, many producers are left in a regulatory limbo, unable to begin construction despite meeting all applicable environmental, federal, and state requirements. For these reasons, Farm Credit respectfully requests a favorable report on House Bill 395. Thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Zach Brubaker with Marydale Ag Supply, and I'm here in strong support of this bill. Marydale Ag Supply is a locally owned agribusiness serving poultry growers across Delmarva. We construct poultry houses and supply the equipment necessary for growers to operate efficiently and responsibly. Our work supports farm families, grain producers, contractors, and the broader agricultural economy on the Eastern Shore. Poultry industry is a cornerstone of our agrarian economy. It sustains not only growers and grain farmers, but also small businesses like ours that provide construction, equipment, service, and maintenance. When poultry thrives, our communities thrive. Unfortunately, the unavailability of CAFO permits in Maryland has had significant and immediate consequences for our business and for the broader agricultural community. Statewide, approximately $35 million in poultry house construction projects are currently stalled. For our company, each poultry house represents roughly $550,000 in revenue, and at present, we have approximately 40 houses on hold due to the current permitting situation. These delays freeze projects, stop investment, and put real jobs at risk. As a small agribusiness, we cannot absorb this level of prolonged uncertainty. If House Bill 395 passes, the impact will be immediate. We'll be able to move forward with many of these stalled projects and anticipate hiring approximately 50 additional employees to complete the work. This legislation will restore stability and allow small agribusinesses like ours to operate with confidence. As a small business, we cannot absorb prolonged disruptions like this again. We respectfully ask for your support of House Bill 395 to provide clarity and stability for Maryland's agricultural community. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Thompson, here today on behalf of Maryland grain producers in support of this legislation. Maryland's chicken community is a critical economic engine, both for the state, but also the agricultural supply chains. You hear us oftentimes talk about the three-legged stool, and that is our chicken community, our grain farmers, and our allied agribusinesses that you've heard from here today. Without the chicken community thriving and being able to both expand as well as replace houses that need replacement, it makes it very difficult for us to have a reliable demand for grain in Maryland. So about 90% of the grain that is produced in Maryland is also consumed by the poultry industry on the Eastern Shore. And without this legislation, I think that what we can say is that we are essentially looking at the possibility of a moratorium on poultry house construction every 5 years. So the CAFO general permit is renewed on a 5-year basis. And so if that lapses every 5 years, we are essentially looking at a moratorium on poultry house construction every 5 years until that general permit is renewed. I did want to clarify a couple of things that we have heard in the opposition testimony, that this bill does not remove any of the permitting requirements. So our farmers, who oftentimes are also grain farmers looking to diversify, like you heard from Jason here today, will still have to do their comprehensive nutrient management plan, will still have to do their sediment erosion control plan, will still have to get their applicable construction permits from the county, and they will still have to complete the notice of intent for public comment to be available on those operations before they are able to construct, and they can't put birds in those houses until they receive coverage under that CAFO general permit. So we ask that you simply remove this one administrative hurdle to let our new and beginning, our young and diverse farmers to get these poultry houses on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you again. Also, I want to thank Jeannie Hadaway, Riccio, for pointing out this is dairy operations, other operations as well. It's not just chicken farms. It's been adversely affecting chicken houses on the shore, but we're talking much more than that. but I have one question for Jennifer from Horizon Farm Credit. If these people that have gone, like Mr. Cronshaw was up there earlier, got all the way up to the finish line, doesn't have a KFO permit, will you lend them the money?
The way that the regulations are now, no, we cannot.
Thank you.
Delegate Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Alder, would you share with the committee, with the current structure, how that almost eliminates the 1031 exchange program from being used?
Don't touch the button.
Don't touch the button. Sorry, Kevin. Thank you for the question. I appreciate the question. It is probably one of the biggest concerns in this equation, in that the timing of this makes it very hard. And in the situation that I mentioned in my testimony, I have 3 families affected by one permit. And that goes across multiple states where families are trying to exchange one sale into another property. And you have a incredibly complex set of people's lives that are being affected by this. And to your point, it does effectively make doing a 1031 exchange nearly impossible when you can't get the timing or depend on the government to come through in a timely way through a process that we all understand. So I appreciate the question, and it does make it incredibly difficult to put these very complex transactions together.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Madam Secretary, I'm going to pick on you since you represent farmers more broadly. The way I read this bill, it strikes the provision entirely. What if the provision was just stricken when there's a lapse in the general permit as opposed to all the time?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
What if the provision was only relaxed when there is a lapse in the general permit instead of permanently removing the provision?
Well, I don't think that that would be a sufficient remedy for any of the farmers that are caught up in this issue now. I think that the way the legislation is drafted is the most adequate way to address the issue at hand.
Sorry, if we're trying to help the farmers now, and I say this provision does not apply now, I don't see how it doesn't help the farmers now. I could see, though, you saying that you want to help a broader group of people than the farmers who are caught up in this general permit issue. But what I'm saying is, instead of removing the provision entirely, what if we just have the provision removed when the general permit has lapsed, if that ever happens again? It would be now, hopefully never again, but potentially, to Lindsay's point, every 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, that would certainly be the committee's prerogative if that's the direction that you decided to go. I think, again, at the end of the day, we just want to be able to protect farmers' interests and to be able to make the investment and business decisions that they need to make, and that we can protect our food supply chain. So that would certainly be the committee's discretion and the sponsor and the co-sponsor's discretion, of course.
Great, okay. I do not see any further questions for this panel, so thank you. We'll turn to our opposition testimony. We'll start with our virtual witness because we just have one, Gabrielle Ross, Concerned Citizens Against Industrial CAFOs. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hopefully you're not getting any feedback. I just want to make sure.
No feedback, please go ahead.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Gabby Ross. I'm speaking on behalf of Concerned Citizens Against Industrial CAFOs, a community-based organization on Maryland's Eastern Shore founded in 2015. We were formed because communities were being overwhelmed by the rapid expansion of industrial poultry operations. Nearly overnight, massive chicken houses began appearing next to homes, churches, and schools, often with little to no notice to the people who lived, worshiped there, families who woke up to industrial facilities being built in their backyards with no meaningful opportunity to ask questions, raise concerns, or protect their health. This bill takes us backward to that moment in time. The trust issues we have with MDE still persist. We are missing a critical part of the issue here as well, which is why did MDE allow this permit to lapse in the first place? We all knew about it. We knew when the deadline was. I think it's also important to note that many of the opposition parties here today were left out of this legislation drafting and were also refused meetings by both sponsors. These bills undermine years of work by residents, advocates, and lawmakers to bring transparency, accountability, and environmental justice to the permitting process. They weaken tools like the AFO search system, contradict Maryland's environmental justice commitments, and silence communities before construction begins, when their voices matter the most. We have never been against chicken farming on the Eastern Shore. We understand that it's a necessity, but we have always fought for the better permitting, transparency, and public participation, and proper safeguards being put in place. This legislation would also further burden county and municipalities. We already have issues of state agencies like MDE and MDA not communicating with our county governments about projects that are coming to the area. Our state agencies have a history of poor follow-through with certain projects and permits, which we have seen firsthand on the Eastern Shore. Allowing construction to move forward without permits will accelerate the build-out of mega-sized factory farms, fuel manure to energy expansion, and further push out small local farmers who cannot compete with large, often foreign-backed investors building 8 or more houses on a single property. This bill does not protect communities, it protects an industry. We urge you an unfavorable report today. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabby. I don't see any questions, but I will email you a link to the briefing where MDE explained. Sorry about that. Gabby, I don't know if you can still hear me, but we'll send you a link to the briefing where MDE explained what happened with the lapse permit. It wasn't discussed here, but we had a whole briefing on it, so I will send that to you. I wrote your email just down my little sheet here. We can turn to unfavorable witnesses in person. Patty Anderson, Johns Hopkins Center for a Livable Future. Rachel Castile, Sentinels of Eastern Shore Health. Frederick Johnson, Senator, I think it's the same group, or maybe CEJH. Maria Pannon, Sentinels of Eastern Shore Health. And Michael Payne, Sentinels of Eastern Shore Health. Please go ahead when you're ready.
All right. Hello. Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Keaton, and members of the committee. My name is Patty Anderson. I'm a faculty member and the policy director at the Johns Hopkins Center for a Livable Future. We study the intersections between food systems, the environment, and public health, and the views expressed here are my own. I'm here today to oppose House Bill 395 as it's currently written. You've heard about the bill today and why its supporters say it's a necessary solution. I appreciate and empathize that there's an unfortunate and very real problem that was created here by MDE failing to update and issue the general permit on time. But the fact is, as it's currently written, the bill is overly broad and not an appropriate solution. As Chair Corman just mentioned, it could have been highlighted to only when there's a lapse in permit. As currently written, that is not the case. Or MDE could have worked to extend individual permits to facilities who are affected by this problem that wouldn't have required legislation. So I think that the main issue here is a lack of clarity and a lack of assurance on some of the things that were brought here today in terms of public notice, making sure there's public notice before construction happens. That's not clear in the bill as it is currently, so that's one of the main concerns with it. So as it's written, it's a permanent rollback that would weaken longstanding Clean Water Act safeguards. And so it's just an overcorrection of a problem that doesn't actually exist. So I would also say that this contradicts Maryland's commitment to environmental justice and community engagement. As it's currently written, the bill does not include language to clarify public notice requirements and whether they will change and whether communities will still have an opportunity for comment or hearing prior to that construction. So it's important that public input not be moved until after the facilities are already constructed, when it's too late to make meaningful changes to some of the design and siting and other factors associated with the facilities. So MDE's delegated authorities from the federal government to enforce the Clean Water Act are critical for protecting our communities and our natural resources in Maryland. And so this is a temporary problem that can be solved without permanently weakening oversight. So I respectfully urge you to issue an unfavorable report. And I do appreciate Delegate Boyce's comments earlier about being able to discuss and come to an appropriate solution. Thank you.
Thank you to members of the committee for allowing me to speak to you today. My name is Michael Payan, and I serve rural Eastern Shore communities in my role at Sentinels of Eastern Shore Health. First of all, this bill doesn't solve the issue that the supporters of this bill are citing, which is that the farmers' income opportunities are being held up. If the CAFO permit still needs to be obtained before operating, the farmers still cannot make money. The same farmers that are providing jobs and serving as an economic pillar of the state, who followed every regulation and law before moving a bucket of dirt on their farm, will face the same delay in actually producing income until they have the CAFO permit. And now, if this bill is passed, they'll be awaiting that CAFO permit with construction debt on top of them. While this bill would allow realtors, construction companies, and banks to make more money without delay, and I'm speaking as a realtor myself, don't think that we can afford the trade-off. We cannot afford to take away an opportunity for community engagement that should come before construction of a facility and just place it after the facility is built so that it becomes a meaningless checkbox that needs to be ticked. And when a CAFO is built on a sensitive site without taking community concerns into consideration ahead of time, and risk management tells us when, not if, who's going to fix that problem? Will the community be burdened with the consequences of what could have been fixed with input prior to construction? Will the lender shell out more money for the farmer to make changes to the facility if they're required? Will it be as easy for MDE to place conditions on a facility before issuing a CAFO permit that is past the point of implementing those conditions due to completed construction? I think it's shameful for industry to take a lapse in the general permit, which we've already been assured will not happen again, and try to permanently change the important order of the permitting process, which currently prioritizes the opportunity for community engagement prior to construction. I urge an unfavorable report that will protect communities, vulnerable farmers, the environment, and public health. Thanks for your time.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Rachel Castile. I'm part of Sentinels of Eastern Shore Health, and I live in Wicomico County. I'm here to oppose and urge you to vote against House Bill 395. In plain terms, and as broadly stated as this bill does read, it's build first, ask later. I want to emphasize that as it's written, it is overly broad, and although the delay that occurred is incredibly unfortunate, this bill, as written, attempts to make a permanent change to a temporary problem, one that MDE just assured everyone would not happen again. This would cause far more harm than benefit. This is the only opportunity where a community or resident can request a hearing or meaningfully voice their concerns. This is also the only instance in which environmental justice is considered. Waiving this requirement for a permit before construction begins also denigrates the hard work and progress of Governor Moore's executive order on environmental justice, which states state agencies shall prioritize opportunities for meaningful engagement with impacted communities. This bill minimizes such opportunities at best. At worst, it deems them meaningless. What is the purpose of an after-the-fact EJ score if the bulldozer has already shown up, capital is already invested, and the opportunity for public input incurs after construction has already begun? While I understand some primary concern is economics and financials, I do implore you to consider this. This emergency legislation contains the justification it is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public health or safety. I'm glad to hear today many mentions of public health and the public's health and safety. The livelihood that does also need to be considered is the public's, our neighbors. My community on the Eastern Shore is a vibrant farming community, but we can be honest that CAFOs can also have detrimental impacts on public health. When I think of my neighbors made up of 3-time cancer survivors, veterans with asbestosis, children with asthma, how our source of drinking water, the Paleo Channel, sits directly below us, I ask that you do not remove our only meaningful opportunity to protect our public health and environment before ground is broken and construction begins, and that you oppose HB 395. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maria Payan. I am with Sentinels of Eastern Shore Health, co-founder, and I also wanted to work towards a solution that seems to be something that is temporary. This, again, was not caused by communities. This was caused by a lapse in MDE's permitting. I will say Governor Moore's executive order was a very meaningful moment in Maryland, and it's more than just a press release. We were promised transparency, we were promised stricter permitting, and we were promised that communities that were affected by pollution would be able to have meaningful involvement. I will say that we put in PIA requests, public information, in September, October, November, December, and January about this emergency legislation. No documents were provided until I called the agency, and then we got 300 documents last Thursday night, only external, because internal has to go through another process. So the community members were left out of the entire conversation. We also reached out to the sponsor to try to get a meeting, who would not give us a meeting. So I am asking for an unfavorable report. Please do not take a temporary problem, which, by the way, MDE said at their presentation they did last week, I think it was, that the permit would be approved in 1 to 2 months and remove the only protection a community has permanently. Thank you.
Okay, a couple of panelists have referenced failure to get a meeting with the sponsor. We've heard it. I'm very skeptical of it, but we've heard it, so we don't need to keep saying that. Again, I'm skeptical of it, but you've made your point already. We can move on to the next panelist.
Good afternoon. Frederick Johnson, Policy Specialist for the Center of Engagement, Environmental Justice and Health, Empowering Communities, here to advocate for an unfavorable decision on HB 395. To quote our director, I'll start with, the drive to fast-track industrial chicken operations in communities already overburdened is a major environmental justice issue. This will lead to an increase in the cumulative impacts of these operations on air quality, water quality, and human health. This bill is anti-community, anti-public health, and will undermine the rights of local residents whose communities have been used as sacrifice zones for these operations. I'll continue just to echo many of what my fellow panelists have already said. We're here to make sure that we're being transparent, that we're supporting policy that is community forward, to make sure that Maryland as a whole is a healthy state for all residents. We're not here to be anti-industry or anti-chicken farm. We just want to make sure we're all able to live in healthy communities. So thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, folks, for your comments. I certainly respect and support environmental justice and understand your concerns about this. But I have to ask, given what we've heard and actually questions asked by myself and others, first of all, how does this apply to anything that isn't a concentrated animal feeding operation? That keeps getting referenced, and I don't understand how that applies to anything but this kind of operation. Can you explain that to me, why you think that it expands to others?
So I think some of the other panelists that we have that are going to be speaking can address that. I am not an attorney, but my understanding is it's the way it's in the code, that other industries are in the same provision.
Okay, because certainly what I have in front of me, and I'm not an attorney either, is very specific about this type of facility. So I'm curious about those comments, and they have appeared not only here, but also in some of the written testimony. Right. Delegate Ziegler referred to that in the earlier panel. And anyway, I just find that curious. Also, my understanding is that, and I think this question was asked earlier, and so I would like you to respond to this. Isn't it true that the same process for the discharge permit remains in place in terms of community engagement? You can still weigh in on the permit. You can still, whatever the requirements are for the CAFO permit are not being changed. My understanding is this is just the timing on when it's issued. Is that not correct?
So as part of the general permitting process, there is an opportunity for the community to voice their concerns about the facility. As a result of those comments, there may be special conditions placed on a facility or on a permit. If that doesn't take place until after a facility is constructed, and the facility is going to be on a site that is sensitive, for example, something that shares a property line with a school or a playground or a church, or something that is on top of a sensitive environment where the groundwater can be contaminated, et cetera. If you don't have that meeting for the community to voice their concerns until after the facility that costs maybe millions of dollars is constructed, how are you going to make those changes to the construction of the facility? Is the lender going to shell out more money? Are you going to tear down half of the facility and move it 500 feet because that's what the community concerns showed would be a good solution? A lot of those things get taken off the table. The power for the agency to say, tear down your building and redo it this way, it might be a more difficult conversation if millions of dollars are already invested, as opposed to upfront.
Well, thank you for that. I agree that it would be a difficult conversation. However, isn't that kind of the risk that the farmer takes? We heard about them taking a risk here, that it is a risk to undertake the construction before you have the CAFO permit and doing it under a general construction permit. But isn't it true that that is a risk that the chicken operation would weigh? I mean, wouldn't you agree that they would weigh that risk versus, whether waiting until they have everything buttoned down? I mean, isn't that true? I mean, they could do that, right?
Yeah, I can't speak to that. I think that could be the case. I think my main concern is just that it's not clear in the bill when this public notice has to happen and if that would happen before the construction or not. I think if that could be clarified, that would be extremely helpful.
Okay, so that's your issue in terms of clarifying. And if I could ask one more question, Mr. Chair, and then I will turn off my mic. So you keep referencing an executive order. I'm not familiar with the executive order, so I don't know, and maybe it would be useful for us to have that. But my question is, wouldn't the executive order remain in effect even if the bill is passed?
The executive order would remain in effect. However, the principles that go with environmental justice, there's 17 principles of environmental justice, and part of that is that a community has meaningful involvement in every part of the process. So the fact that it is taking place now, something that used to be at the front of the conversation with the community concerns, is now after a facility is built, which doesn't seem to make, I don't know of any other industries that are allowed to operate without getting permits first and just building facilities without permits.
Okay, thank you. I just point out that they're not allowed to operate until they get the CAFO permit.
Right.
But anyway, thank you. Thank you for your answers, and thank you for being here.
Yes.
Could I add one thing? So the executive order encourages the state to incorporate meaningful input, and this MDE they had a public comment period that was open until January 2nd for the revised permit. And so if this bill were to pass, all the public input that went into that process could be negated because we're just allowing them to construct without that permit. So part of it is that there was this public comment process that might be ignored.
Sorry, I mean, the permit would still apply, so that's just not accurate. They would still have to follow the permit. So any input that was taken as part of that permitting process would still have to be followed. So I just want to correct that. That's not an accurate statement. I don't think you meant it that way, but it's just not an accurate statement. They will have to follow the permit if this bill were to pass.
Right.
And whatever the requirements of the permit are.
But I don't think it's clear. I don't think it's clarified in the bill or clear in the bill that this is only during this interim process.
It doesn't matter because they can't start actual operations without the permit. And so the permit requirements will continue. But in any event, Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman on the end, could you tell me what the standard for changing the plan based on public input would be?
My understanding is that there's a comment period prior to the issuance of the general permit to a facility, and that MD has the discretion, based on what they hear at that comment period, to be able to make special conditions on the permit.
All right, thank you.
Any additional questions for this panel? Delegate Anderson.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My knowledge is that to get the permit, the grading permit for the site work, that this still goes through all the normal planning and zoning, setback requirements. It's looked at soil conservation, planning and zoning, MDA, MDE, that all those steps are still in place with this bill. That this bill only allows them to move forward without their occupancy permit of the house. So they're allowed to construct the house, but they can't move in the house. Do you see that any different than I do? Because we've talked about setbacks from schools and setbacks from sensitive areas, and all that's done by planning and zoning. And those requirements have to be followed through soil conservation, planning and zoning. And that's where I think all that's reflected. And that is not, those steps are not taken out of the process with this bill. But if you have a different opinion of that, I'd like for you to share it with me.
I don't think that's exactly what I'm getting at, but I think that response is, that question is almost negating the value of the community input, right? Like, yes, all those things exist and they are required, but there may be special considerations that need to be taken into account as a result of what you hear from a community at this hearing. That's why they have that hearing, right? And if special conditions are going to be placed outside of all the things you just mentioned as a result of the community's concerns, that needs to come before construction. Because if any of that is going to change something about how the facility is going to be constructed, perhaps outside of the setbacks, there needs to be additional setback in a particular part of the property line because of why that site is sensitive for some reason, whether it be a waterway, whether it be a school that has outdoor activities frequently, whatever it may be. What's not contained in the regulation may be contained in the community's concerns, and then it can be implemented if that happens before the construction. If it happens after the construction, none of those concerns that are brought up can be taken into consideration. But yes, all of your points are valid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry. To the gentleman in the end, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but just wanted to follow up on the delegate's question there. So would zoning, would local government, would all these other agencies that the delegate just talked about, would they not consider any of those things that you just talked about? Sensitive areas, waterways? So they wouldn't look at any of that stuff in this process?
I'm sure some of those things are considered in the process, but I think that it's an important part of the process that you actually have the community's concerns voiced in a public manner, right? Something that may not be considered within those regulations, that somebody knows about their community. If you work in community organizing, you know people understand a lot more about their community than somebody who makes laws for it that sits outside of it. They may have something that's relevant to the decision-making for that project that needs to be included, and changes need to be made to that facility as a result of their concerns that aren't included in the regulation.
So again, in all those other processes, which also have public input requirements, the community would be unable somehow now to voice that public input to those, hold on, I'm not finished, to those other agencies. They'd have no ability to do so in those other processes.
In the laws that are existing on the books?
In all the processes that we just outlined, there's no ability for public input in any of those other processes that we just outlined.
Not based on this specific facility.
That's not the question I'm asking. There's no ability for public input?
No, there's surely ability.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I don't see any further questions for this panel. We do have another panel of opponents we'll call up. Matt Stegman, Chesapeake Bay Foundation, Annie Richards, Shore Rivers, Monica Brooks, Wacomico County NAACP, Molly Armas, Friends of the Earth, Jorge Aguilar, Food and Water Watch, and Desmond Stewart. And I know that was 6 names, so we can just do a little musical chairs as needed so everyone can get their chance to speak. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Chair Corman, members of the committee, my name is Annie Richards. I am your Chester River keeper with Shore Rivers on Maryland's Eastern Shore. I want to first thank Delmarva Chicken Association, industry members, and the sponsors of this bill, including in the House and Senate, for conversations that we had about this bill leading up to this hearing, including bills in the fall, specifically with Grayson from DCA. We are here, unfortunately, in opposite postures on this bill, but I want to make clear that Shore Rivers firmly believes we have the same goal of a transparent, dependable permitting process. MDE's failure to renew the AFO general permit on time is an action that greatly concerns the industry and environmental organizations. It created undue hardship on farmers, and it erodes our confidence in environmental protocols. We feel the emphasis of this legislation, therefore, should be targeting accountability for Maryland Department of the Environment. Instead, we are discussing a retreat from the Clean Water Act that will set a precedent for a build first, permit later standard. I want to reiterate, I do not believe farmers are seeking to circumvent environmental review here. They are following the option that was offered to them by Maryland Department of the Environment, and therein lies our issue. Would we construct a wastewater treatment plant and then issue their water quality discharge permit? Would we construct a plastics factory and then issue their discharge permit? What about a data center? Animal feeding operations are one of the 15 industrial permits that Maryland Department of the Environment manages, and we are asking for equal implementation of environmental review and equal implementation of the Clean Water Act across all industrial facilities. The Maryland AFO-CAFO permitting system does not treat construction as separate from water pollution control. The permit framework is built around the idea that facility design, siting, waste infrastructure decisions made during construction will ultimately determine the pollution risk. Therefore, we must follow all of the Clean Water Act protocols prior to construction. We urge an unfavorable report on HB 395.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Corman, members of the committee. For the record, Matt Stegman on behalf of the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. Fortunately, I am an attorney, so if there are any remaining questions, I can field those, I guess. We're here in opposition to HB 395 in the form that it is before you today, but I would recommend echo many of the things that my colleague Annie said, to thank the sponsor and the industry and the agency for being willing to dig in and work with us. We remain open to working with them to find a solution to this problem. Generally speaking, for the different flavors of discharge permit that MDE operates, the fundamental principle is you get your permit and then you build. So this bill, it does only apply to that CAFO discharge permit, but we are concerned about the precedent that would set for both future CAFO regulation and for other types of regulated dischargers. The provision that this bill would strike was enacted in 2019, came out of this committee at that time, and it was an accountability measure based on the oversight and enforcement priorities of MDE at that time. I think we have a reasonably high degree of confidence that this MDE, if given this discretion, would put in place a process that is as rigorous as what, is currently required. But that's not spelled out explicitly in the bill, and the bill would apply to future iterations of the agency that may have different enforcement priorities. So, we understand that the legislature doesn't want to make a habit of making policy based on what might happen or who might be in charge in the future, but we also want to make sure that we're not making permanent changes to our clean water protections to solve, immediate temporary concerns. So we remain ready to dig in, work with the sponsors, work with the agency and the industry to find a solution here, but we would ask an unfavorable report as the bill's before you today.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Desmond Stewart, and I'm a resident of the Eastern Shore in Wicomico County. I'm here to respectfully urge you to oppose HB 395. This bill will remove the requirement for concentrated animal feeding operations to obtain a permit before beginning construction. As a local resident in Wicomico, that concerns me deeply. Permits are not red tape for the sake of red tape. They are basic safeguards. Requiring a discharge permit before construction begins ensures that environmental protections and opportunities for community input are in place up front, not after the damage has already been done. It's a common sense solution to prevent damage to public health. Maryland has worked hard to improve community participation and work towards environmental justice. Weakening oversight at the front end and eliminating opportunity for neighbors to participate in this process risk undoing that progress. Agriculture and economic activity are absolutely a vital part of the way we live life on the Eastern Shore, but they must be balanced with responsible stewardship of our natural resources and our community. I respectfully urge you to oppose HB 395 and protect the health and future of our communities. Thank you for your time.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Joe Mar Lloyd with Food and Water Watch, here in place of Jorge Aguilar, who cannot make it today. I'm here representing our 40,000 members in Maryland in opposition of House Bill 395. House Bill 395 would be a major step backward for Maryland that would eliminate a key requirement that our state currently has in place to protect our health and our waterways, like the Chesapeake Bay. Our state needs more oversight over CAFOs that can contribute to runoff pollution, not less, as this bill proposes. The water discharge permitting process allows the Department of the Environment to take a comprehensive and systematic approach to evaluate and address the environmental and health risks that could be posed by new CAFOs. House Bill 395 will undermine this responsibility and put the MDE in a position, and farmers in a position, of addressing these issues after these CAFOs have already been built. The fact of the matter is that the state of Maryland is already doing a poor job at controlling the pollution caused by animal feeding operations. Every year, industrialized chicken farms generate around 550 million pounds of chicken litter. This waste contains pollutants like nitrogen and phosphorus that contribute to algae blooms, which are harmful to people and the environment. This waste also contains E. coli, salmonella, ammonia, and nitrates that are linked to increased risk of cancer, birth defects, and thyroid disease. These pollutants create and harm environmental justice communities where people living near these CAFOs and waterways are at increased risk of illness. This includes farm workers who live in close proximity to the farms in which they work. The issue here is that the Maryland Department of the Environment is behind on updating the CAFO discharge permit. While the permit is supposed to be finalized in the next few months, with the process already being underway and public comment already been taken, House Bill 395 would totally undermine the entire oversight process and establish a system that heavily favors corporate interest. We should not be taking the easy way out when it comes to assessing and monitoring the pollution a big new CAFO could create. We urge you to reject House Bill 395 because these regulatory systems were put in place for a reason, and the MDE must be able to protect our environment and health. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Environmental and Transportation Committee, and greetings to my fellow EJ Commissioner, Delegate Boyce. My name is Monica Brooks, President of Wacomico County NAACP and a citizen of the Eastern Shore in opposition of House Bill 395. This bill is not just about permitting, but it's also about who bears the risk when environmental safeguards are weakened. And it's almost always the same communities: rural, Black and brown, and low-income residents. For years, these communities have had to fight the steady placement of industrial CAFOs next to their homes, school, waterways. And when these systems fail, it's the citizens that have to step in. I heard testimony that no one can add poultry until the permit is obtained, but who's going to enforce that? There are cracks in the system. In Del Mar, which is Wacomico County, a CAFO was built and permitted by someone who was not even owner of the property. Runoff contaminated the house next door, and neighbors raised concerns, but nothing happened for almost a year. In another case that's currently happening, a landowner in Salisbury claimed he was building a shed when he was actually planning a CAFO. He lied, and that deception was not uncovered by the state or planning and zoning. It was exposed by the community and neighbors who have had to go to the court 3 times to help block this. That is environmental injustice in real time. And as a construction company owner, nor would I ever be allowed to construct a facility prior to receiving a permit. I would be shut down and fined. Supporters of House Bill 395 say it's a narrow change and it helps eliminate the delay in permitting. But for years, CAFO permits were fast-tracked without due diligence. And on a personal note, I was nearly a neighbor to 13 CAFOs on top of the Paleo Channel, which is my source of water. That was approved by permitting. The system didn't stop that. That was, again, community. So we respect agriculture and family farms and always have. And we also agree with streamlining and transparency in these processes, but where was the input from frontline and fence line communities? We heard nothing. These operations should not receive special accommodations at the expense of communities, and I urge the committee to reject this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Molly Armas here? Can someone make a little room for her? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Molly Armas. I'm here on behalf of Friends of the Earth and our members and supporters in Maryland. I'm not going to belabor the points that were made. We very much agree with our colleagues that this is changing the process. It is changing it. We understand that the rules will still apply, but it is changing the process, which is incredibly problematic. We should not build first, permit later. And overall, again, right, this is because this is a response to an administrative delay and does not address that delay at all. With that, we urge an unfavorable vote. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Delegate Huey.
Ask the first speaker. I'm sorry, I know you're a river keeper.
Yes, Annie Richards.
Well, my name's Ann also, so I should have remembered. I wanted to ask you about a couple things. Listening to all this discussion, and from your perspective, I was wondering why you just, as an organization or as an individual, decided to be in opposition instead of working on coming up with some amendments to make it workable, so that I'm from a urban area. I'm from inside the Beltway in Prince George's County. So what I'm familiar with is you can't get into a building if you don't have a use and occupancy permit. You can get it built. There's one sitting down the street from my house. that is built. It was built by the city to be a teen center, and they're waiting for their final permit before they can occupy it. But that didn't stop them from building it. So I guess there are a lot of hoops that have to be jumped through to get those building permits. There's a whole other kind of set of permits, right? So moving this at the end seems to be like the burden or the risk is on whoever's building it, that they may never get their permit. And then they've spent all this money to build something that's never going to be occupied. So why wouldn't you want to help at least figure out how to get an amendment to make this workable for everybody?
Thank you for those questions. I'm going to try my best to hit all of them. So first of all, I want to distinguish, there are many different types of permits. The ones that we are concerned that are permanently stricken from this bill are specific to Clean Water Act discharge permits, right? Stormwater construction permits do not have the same row for row process as a Clean Water Act general discharge permit. And so that's our concern. Number one, that a different permitting process will be applied to something where a Clean Water Act discharge permit should be applied. Number two, in your question about our opposition versus favorable with amendments, in the beginning of my testimony, I stated that Shore Rivers would support an intent of this bill that holds MDE accountable to get the discharge permit out the door on time, which is the issue. And so we would like to see that legislation, and that's such a dramatic rewrite that we didn't really feel like favorable with amendments would cover that. Okay. And then I'd also like to say that MDE could also issue individual discharge permits, individual Clean Water Act discharge permits to these animal feeding operation operators. That wouldn't require legislation. That's something they could have moved forward with as soon as the general permit lapsed. So this isn't the only mechanism, and I'm struggling with the term mandate on all animal feeding operations because of this system. I do not want to minimize the impact that the farming community has felt from this, but there are other levers that we can pull here, and we felt that we needed to come in strongly here to make sure that those other levers were given a fair review.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So Annie, on your first point, the different approach, so that would deal with the current problem. I think if we could just press them to go faster, and maybe there'll be fun ways to do that, but that wouldn't help in a future lapse if it happened, 17 secretaries from now, right?
If we had legislation that was focused on tighter accountability timelines for MDE to get the permit out the door?
So you would do that on an ongoing basis, not just for the permit they're currently trying to get? You would have that apply to renewals as well?
I mean, that could absolutely be an option.
Okay. I mean, that might be a good add-on to the bill, regardless what happens with the rest of the substance. So you might want to actually send that language. I think it'd be useful for the committee to see if you've given it some thought.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, if I may, I just, again, want to, give credit to the sponsor, to MDE, to the industry. We've gone through a number of different, flavors of potential solutions, all running the gamut from, could the agency just issue individual permits to, you had suggested a sunset earlier. So, we are working on this. We're if we don't have it already on the calendar, we're planning to meet with the industry folks again, in the next couple of days here. We want to find a solution to, I think, the two problems, both the folks who are, suffering harm right now while the permit is lapsed, and, the I guess, uneasiness of the industry in the event that this might happen in the future, but finding something that's very narrow and isn't going to roll that protection back on a permanent basis for all of these types of permits.
Great. And I'm just saying specifically on Annie's first point, which was, can we do more things to hold them administratively accountable? I would love to see some of that language myself, even though I'm not on the subcommittee. Delegate Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard a lot of comments about water quality, and that this is a discharge permit, and that maybe we're fast tracking it, or we're not doing maybe our due diligence. Does anybody on the panel know what this discharge permit allows to be discharged?
The various types of effluent that would come from a chicken feeding or an animal feeding operation. So, manure, wastewater, those types of things.
Well, my understanding on a CAFO permit, it is zero discharge that's allowed.
Yeah.
So if zero is zero.
Yes, what is allowed is zero. What it covers is.
So if zero is zero, and fast tracking it doesn't risk water quality if 0 is 0, does it?
So, as I mentioned in my testimony, different agencies are going to have different enforcement priorities and use their discretion to interpret the laws that the General Assembly makes differently. The provision that's in law now is, I think accountability for both the industry and the department to make sure that everybody's gone through their whole checklist and everything's in order before somebody begins construction. So again, we want to figure out how to help the folks that are, through no fault of their own, that are doing the right thing and are, caught up in this lapse, to make sure that they are not getting held up, that, we don't have the de facto moratorium in place. But we also want to make sure that the agency has the accountability to continue to go through that process before somebody begins construction, before they get that permit.
So you're really objecting more to the procedure that this bill is putting forth, and not that it's really affecting water quality and I understand about the concerns about the citizens. I think there's other places they could be, but I understand that. But it's really not a water quality issue, it's a procedural issue that you are objecting to.
The procedures help safeguard water quality. And, again, I hadn't heard anything in the testimony or in our conversations offline with the proponents of the bill that the current system prior to the lapse in permitting was presenting a challenge for the industry. So we want to make sure that we're helping folks, but we're not creating an opportunity for, that there's not a problem. We don't want to create a problem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Annie, just to circle back to your comment that one alternative that MDE could have considered was issuing individual CAFO permits as opposed to the general discharge permit to which then particular applicants would have to apply and get approval under. Is it, I guess you're saying that an individual permit is a lot less administratively cumbersome for MDE to issue as opposed to coming up with the general discharge permit and then having individual farmers apply under that?
So I'm not necessarily advocating that it's a less cumbersome process. What I'm saying is that MDE's regulations currently allow for them to pull that lever and start issuing individual permits. There is time and finance required for that process, but that MDE's regulations do exist to pull that lever. There are 20 other states in the United States that issue individual permits to CAFOs. It's not an unheard of process. I think even, if it was entertained to legislate that, something about making sure that extra cost that befalls the industry because they're put in that position to pursue individual permits shouldn't necessarily befall them, things like that. I think that there could be ways to tackle the individual permit to make it a better option.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I do not see any further questions on the bill, so that concludes the hearing on House Bill 395, but the Regina T. Boyce Show continues with House Bill 429, on-farm organics and wasted food reduction and diversion grant programs established. If you have a panel, please bring them up.
Breaking the furniture.
Breaking the furniture.
Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair and colleagues, I promise this will be hopefully a bit shorter. Ooh, I'm sweating. Okay. Is everyone here? You should be here. Are we missing anybody else? Hey, are you coming up? All right. Please do. Oh, good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I'm Regina T. Boyce again, presenting HB 429 on-farm organics and wasted food reduction and diversion grant programs established. For historical reference, HB 429 was introduced here in 2025 as HB 42, in 2024 as HB 1318, in 2023 as HB 1139, and in 2022 as HB 1070. The bill establishes 3 waste reduction and diversion grant programs. These programs are designed for reducing, rescuing, composting, and recycling wasted food, along with supporting on-farm organic recycling and compost use. The bill's purpose is to fill gaps in state programming around organic waste, composting, and food waste reduction, and to create the infrastructure needed to bolster organic waste diversion. Programs established first Wasted Food Reduction and Diversion Grant Program would support projects, infrastructure, and education to reduce food waste, rescue edible food, compost or recycle food residuals, and transition away from single-use food service ware administered by the Maryland Department of Agriculture. The second program would be On-Farm Organics Diversion and Recycling Grant Program, which would support wasted food reduction and organics diversion via cold storage, food rescue, composting, compost use, and more, administered by the Maryland Department of the Environment. Various entities, including, and the third is county wasted food reduction block grants programs. All counties are eligible to receive funding in this program in proportion to their population to reduce, rescue, and divert wasted food. Various entities, including local governments, educational agencies, nonprofit organizations, for-profit businesses, and farmers are eligible for grant funding. Priority, of course, will be given to projects benefiting local communities, serving overburdened or underserved communities, and following best management practices. This year's bill does not prescribe a funding source for these grant programs, but rather instructs the Maryland Department of the Environment and the Maryland Department of Agriculture to work collaboratively to apply for funding to support these grant programs. And as I understand, they have provided a letter of information speaking to that, stating that they do not believe that they could take on a program without a funding source, and have made suggestions to either find funding or, in one case, find funding and create one program, the county program, that could then be the issuers, folks that could have the money and then issue down within their own jurisdictions. This opportunities such as EPA's solid waste reduction and recycling grant programs and the solid waste infrastructure for recycling programs are perfect examples of programs that exist now to encourage multi-agency waste diversion initiatives. These grants would implement the national recycling strategy to improve post-consumer material management and infrastructure and support improvements to local post-consumer material management and recycling programs. The national recycling strategy is aligned with and supports implementation of the national recycling goal to increase the recycling rate to 50% by 2030. HB 429 aligns with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which are 17 goals aimed at addressing the global challenges we face, including those related to poverty, inequity, climate change, environmental degradation, peace and justice, and all to be achieved by 2030. In particular, HB 429 mirrors the SDG 12's, which aims to reduce food waste and promote sustainable consumption across the globe. Back in 2019, 66 million tons of wasted food was generated in the food retail, food service, and residential sectors, and most of this waste, about 60%, was sent to landfills, as estimated by the U.S. Department of Environmental Protection Agency. Lack of access and support for preventing, recycling, and reusing wasted food are one of the main reasons for high tonnage. Between groceries and restaurant plate waste, consumers spent $261 billion on food they didn't ultimately eat in 2023, which represented nearly 14% of their total food at home spending and 7% of food takeaway from home spending. I want to thank the committee for their time and the consideration for a fifth time hearing this bill, and I would hope for your consideration for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you to the committee and to Delegate Boyce and the, I think, 13 co-sponsors for this bill. My name is Sophia Jones. I work at the Institute for Local Self-Reliance on advancing local composting while building community resilience and prosperity. As a country, we waste as much as 40% of the food supply, most of which, as Delegate Boyce mentioned, goes to landfills or incinerator. We want to think about all the water, labor, fuel, money that goes into producing that food that is also wasted. There are already solutions to these challenges that are innovative and effective, and the element most often holding them back is funding. The grant programs in this bill have been fine-tuned over the past 5 years, as mentioned, with the sponsors and many, many stakeholders. They are carefully designed to develop alternatives to food waste and organics disposal while providing benefits to Marylanders directly. The detailed eligibility and priority factors encourage projects that are locally driven and community-centered. They also prioritize the production of high-quality compost, avoiding processes that are linked to microplastic and PFAS contamination. These are just some of the details that would be codified with the passage of this bill, which we believe is a crucial first step toward enabling these solutions, in addition to finding funding in the future. Codifying the grant program structure will now facilitate a more straightforward allocation of funding, which we are absolutely committed to working to find. My written testimony has 14 organizations signed onto it, and all of them recognize the benefits that this bill would bring to the communities that they serve and represent. I urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Lindsay Thompson here on this bill on behalf of Denali Water Solutions in strong support. Denali Water Solutions is focused on working with agricultural producers, municipalities, and private companies to advance innovative environmental solutions that improve resource recovery and enhance nutrient and water management. In 2024, Denali Water Solutions worked nationwide to avoid 7 million pounds of food waste entering our landfills. In Maryland, these partnerships and contracts look like depacking. So in Maryland, Denali Water Solutions works with Walmart specifically to depack expired food, so separating the plastic and cardboard and styrofoam from the food waste, and delivering that to composting and reuse facilities as opposed to going into a landfill. By funding these organics diversion and composting projects, it helps keep that food waste and waste streams out of landfills and repurpose it back into nutrient-rich soil amendments. They are always looking for partnerships specifically on farm as ways to diversify the income streams for those farmers and also directly create this recycling system that allows for food waste to be composted into this nutrient-rich soil amendment and applied back to our farm fields. And with that, we would urge your favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Drew Schmidt-Perkins, here representing Clean Water Action for Emily Ransom. HB 429 sets up the framework for much-needed grant programs, so they're ready to roll when we find the money. Maryland has increased food waste diversion by requiring that large producers of food waste already divert it to other places. You've also, in this committee, worked hard to expand on-farm composting that includes food waste, for which we thank you. But to meet Maryland's needs and to really seriously address this serious problem of good food going to waste and people going hungry and compostable food not yet reaching compostable facilities, we need to step it up. But let's talk methane. This is a committee for this, isn't it, right? Methane is, of course, one of the most potent greenhouse gas effects. And sorry, I'm having a very bad speech day, so work with me. And landfills and landfilling food waste is one of the big causes of it. So we have to do something about it to protect our environment. In 2024, the University of Texas and UC San Diego released a report looking at this issue and examining states that had programs and what was working. So let's learn from that. Massachusetts was a clear winner, and they won because they made the investment in these kind of programs that diverted waste and set up the programs that worked. How did it work? It resulted in a decrease of 25.7% of methane per ton of diversion. That's pretty darn good, and methane is one of the most important things. So let's work on this win-win-win solution and pass this bill again.
Any questions for the sponsor or her panel? Delegate Jacobs.
Delegate Boyce, Bill, I looked at a couple of the departments when
Yes,
their
sir.
comments on funding and you know,
I made mention of it. You weren't here to hear my beautiful testimony. You missed it. I feel really disappointed. I'm sorry. I feel disappointed you missed my testimony about it.
I had a really important thing I had to do with.
Yes, I understand. I understand.
But I apologize.
No, that's okay.
I'll tell you what, we'll just take it offline. Thank you.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gayton.
Thank you so much, and thank you very, very much for bringing this bill. I think it's incredibly important. I guess I'm surprised that in all of this time, I have a question here. The question is, how much, if any of this, are we already doing as a state or at the county level? Because I feel like there are programs like this out there. And the second, and I love the fact that you have actually rescuing food and sort of redistributing that as part of this bill as well, because I know a lot of nonprofits are starting to do that as well. So how can we build on what's already going on if in fact these programs are ongoing? And is there any way, to the fiscal note, that there could be parts of this that could roll out as funding became available, but that we could push forward faster than waiting for the funding?
That is fair, Madam Vice Chair. We would have to pick through it. I think really the purpose of the bill is, to your point, that there are little things happening here and there, and this is a way to help from the state level to bolster all of those kind of little projects that can get maybe some more attention. I believe it was MDE's testimony that talked about, I think, another point to your point about efficiencies, using the third grant option as the kind of main driver, finding the funding there and then diverting it down for the folks that are already doing the work, and they can bolster from there. So.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think it's worthwhile really thinking this through to see how we can find a way to make it work somehow, even if we can't get everything all at once, because it's a very good bill. Thank you.
Okay, I do not see any further questions for the sponsor or panel. We do have an additional in-person favorable testimony, Chaz Miller from the Maryland Recycling Network. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. I'm Chaz Miller. I chair the Maryland Recycling Network's Legislative Task Force. I'm speaking in support of this bill, and I thank Delegate Boyce for introducing it. Our members are the people in county government, private sector, recycling managers, composting managers, the people who are picking up and recycling and collecting your trash and waste food every day. Food waste is the largest part of Maryland's waste disposal stream. We Marylanders send 850,000 tons or so of food to disposal in 2024. That's almost 20% of what we dispose of. That's a lot. And as our members know, it's relatively easy to get people to put paper or cans into the recycling bin. Food waste is icky. It's harder to work with. It's much more challenging. This is exactly the kind of program we need so we can start focusing on a problem as big as food waste. And I might add one thing, Prince George's County's got a stellar food waste composting program and collection program. Howard County's got also a very, very good program. And in Montgomery County, we're lagging a little bit, but we're doing some great pilot programs. This is a win-win for Maryland, and I thank you for your time.
Just to defend my county, I use Compost Crew, so don't worry, Montgomery County is doing some things.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Quick personal privilege. I just want to give a shout out to Drew Schmidt Perkins, who is my constituent. So thank her.
Fantastic. Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the good delegate from Baltimore City for relentless attention to this matter and work on this matter. it reminds me of something some of us started doing together on zero waste
Yes.
years ago. So thank you very much. I am curious, I heard shout outs to Prince George's, well deserved. Howard County, absolutely deserved. I wondered if an approach that has been used in Baltimore City, which is composting with heat by a group called, I think it's called
For My City?
For My City.
Yes, I'm very familiar with that.
Yes.
It's
Could you talk
aerobic.
about that and how that might fit into this model? Is it scalable?
They're doing a lot of good work. They built these machines to size and capacity depending on where they want to put them. And I know they're in your district. I've visited them. They're lovely. Some of the issue is that it is aerobic and not anaerobic digestion. And I believe aerobic digestion is not, I'm going to get this wrong, it's not fully regulated in a way that they can essentially give away the compost that comes from it. They do their own checks, they do their own monitoring. So we do need some legislative fix to address aerobic digestion for these machines. But it is, to your point, a fantastic way in urban settings and places where there isn't a lot of land space to compost food, and it does it very quickly. Depending on the size, tons of food can be like eaten down in like a day or two. So yeah.
So within the scope of this bill, composting approaches like that might fit in.
Right.
In the right setting. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And actually, we all visited For My City as a full committee, so it was a great visit. All right, I do not see any further questions. There is a virtual favor witness, Joseph Richardson.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know if you can see me. There I am. Okay. My name is Joseph Richardson. I represent lunch out of landfills. I've been to Annapolis several years advocating for compost pilots. In 2022, SB 124 and HB 428 passed overwhelmingly without funding to start compost pilots. In 2023, $250,000 for 5 consecutive years was set aside by the legislature to start compost pilots, which many of my students were contributing to making that pass. We collected 12,000 signatures from students across the state supporting the bill. Unfortunately, the Maryland State Department of Education was the fiduciary. They were slow in getting the bids out. There was $250,000 set aside for 5 years. They didn't reapply for year 2. The money went away. I've simplified the message, and what we're doing at Lunch Out of Landfills is we're really focusing on food waste in schools. On average, a school of 500 to 600 students are throwing away 10,000 pounds of recoverable food, milks, yogurts, that are going into the trash because they have no option. Once food is issued by food services, they can't take it back. We're advocating for food refrigerators to be put in elementary schools with glass doors and external thermometers as a place where perishable items can be recovered safely. And students are accessing the food. We donated 15 refrigerators in Montgomery County in 2023. Montgomery County now has 118 schools with this program. We're recovering 1.5 million items of food from schools each year. The students are the advocates. We're making Maryland citizens as young as kindergartners advocates for food recovery. There's 14 million tons of food being thrown in the trash in schools alone. This program, as part of the food recovery element, is easy to implement, relatively inexpensive, and absolutely necessary.
Thank you very much. I do not see any questions, so that concludes the bill here on House Bill 429. We'll turn to House Bill 247, Chesapeake and Atlantic Coastal Bays Critical Area Protection Program, variances, alterations, and I believe we have Nick Kelly, Lisa Horger, and Eric Fisher from the Critical Area Commission. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman and Vice Chair Guyton and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 247. And the commission respectfully requests a favorable report from the committee. For the record, my name is Lisa Herger, and I'm the Legislative and Regulatory Manager for the Critical Area Commission. And I will briefly go over the bill. I know that you have our written testimony in your file, so I won't repeat that. But I'd like to give you a little bit of perspective about the bill. As you can see from its title, it's about critical area variances, which are not about zoning issues, but specifically for critical area provisions in the critical area law. And so they are when an applicant needs to alter a certain provision that has to do either with the buffer, impervious surface limits, or forest limits. And the critical area law, as many of you know, because I know some of you were here, has been in effect for 42 years. So between the General Assembly, you all, and the Maryland court system, there's been a lot of review and cases that have gone before both the courts of Maryland and has also been presented to the General Assembly to help perfect the variance standards through those years. In your bill packet, there is an attachment that includes a chart that provides you with specific case law. That is what has been put into this specific bill. And a couple things I want to point out very quickly, what the bill does not do. It does not alter the existing rights of any applicant for a variance. It's very important. It also does not alter the current process required for a variance. Nothing will change for an applicant or a local government that has to provide for variances in their critical area program. It does not change the standards for review. It is simply supplementing the standards that are already there.
And you can continue, you're the sponsor for these purposes, so you can ignore that timer.
Thank you. And it does not place any new procedural requirements on local governments. So we're not changing anything about how they work, how they're reviewed. We're simply putting in standards that supplement the standards that have been in here since 1986 when the actual regulations were adopted. So I just wanted to highlight that for you all. And I think now I'll just turn my testimony over to Chair Fisher.
Sure. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton. Also want to especially greet Delegate Stein, who is the co-chair of our Oversight Committee, and Delegate Allen, who I would consider a senior member of that Oversight Committee, and also former commissioners. We have at least two of those in the room, Delegate Jacobs, Delegate Anderson. It's good to see you all. When this body established the critical area 41 years ago, you recognized that there were certain features within the critical area that deserved special protection. You also recognized that development that pre-existed those new laws would have a tough time in cases applying those new rules. And so you set up a variance process to allow exceptions. You also set up criteria to determine when those variances should be granted. And those criteria include important terms like unwarranted hardship, reasonable and significant use, and the rights enjoyed by others. These are important terms, but as you can imagine, applying them to a specific request, specific case, can be a challenge. At the Commission, we know this because our staff reviews every single variance. We are on the ground with local planners, consulting, commenting. We are in local hearing rooms testifying. So we understand how they work at the local level. We also understand how they work statewide because we do this for 64 different local critical area programs. You all directed consistent application of the law, and this is probably the area where that is the biggest challenge. Decisions that are inconsistent with the law and inconsistent with each other introduce uncertainty for applicants, they create inequities among communities, and they risk harm to the habitats and the water quality that this law is intended to protect. What we can do about that is install the answers that we have, the direction we've been given from 30 years of clarity from the courts. This bill simply pulls together the rules that are already in effect to ensure consistent and defensible decision-making across the critical area. I know there is some opposition, and I'd just like to briefly touch on housing because this bill does not touch housing. Variances are specifically for pre-existing development. New development uses other processes. Accessory dwelling units use other processes. If you have a lot of record, our Constitution guarantees you a home. This committee has a long history of supporting and refining the variance process. We appreciate your consideration of this legislation. I would also mention that Mr. Kelly, our Executive Director, is here to answer any questions you may have.
Terrific. All right, any questions? Okay, thank you. We do have unfavorable testimony from Don Butchko, Maryland Association of Counties. Dom, you never call, you never write. We've missed you.
I was good. Yeah, it's been what? We're 30 days in. It's good to be back, Mr. Chair. Don Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. As you heard, I am the opposition to House Bill 247. Variances, by their very nature, exist so that we have flexibility to our regulatory structure. This bill, as it's drafted, basically makes variances that local jurisdictions would award in critical areas more rigid. We're in an environment right now where counties are being told to move fast and build things. That is a priority for this administration. We view this bill as taking a step back. And while the Critical Area Commission will tell you that this won't impact housing, what I can tell you is the folks on the ground in the jurisdictions who are reviewing applications, who are being told to move faster, say that very much this bill does. And so that's why we are here in opposition. We are working with the CAC. We have a great relationship with them. But as this bill is drafted, we view this as taking a step back from making progress towards our housing and development goals. And so we would urge an unfavorable report as drafted.
Thank you. We have a question from Delegate Morgan.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Dominic, will this usurp county comprehensive plans and zoning ordinances?
So it won't usurp county comprehensive plans, but it would, if you have a project and you don't necessarily meet the Critical Area Commission standards, it would usurp a local jurisdiction's ability to relax some of those standards or require something over here versus over there. So it would reduce our flexibility, but not zoning.
Well, I wonder, same areas in cover peninsulas, and the 1,000-foot setback is already an issue. Would this make it more restrictive?
Let me get back to you on that Calvert specific example. I'll follow up with you, though.
Thank you.
Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dom, as you noted, the commission says this doesn't apply to housing. You say it does. Could you give us an example of how you think this bill would directly apply to potential housing request?
Yeah, so I actually want to follow up with my planners on that because our understanding is, and from what I've heard from my people, when an application comes in, sometimes you might need to apply for a variance on a project that's not built from a Critical Area Commission requirement. That this isn't just for projects that are already existing structures, but it's for future housing as well. It's for accessory structures, which we'll talk about on the next bill. And so that comment, frankly, they either read it wrong or my folks are misunderstanding this quite drastically. So I want to follow up with the committee on that.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 247. We'll turn to House Bill 258, Chesapeake and Atlantic Coastal Bays Critical Area Protection Program, Standards and Procedures. We can bring the commission back up. Round two.
Good afternoon again, Chair Corman and Vice Chair Guyton and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 258. And again, the commission respectfully requests a favorable report from the committee. For the record, my name is Lisa Herger. I'm the Legislative and Regulatory Manager for the Critical Area Commission. This bill is a cleanup bill, essentially. I'll go over a couple of them with you. It is in your bill packet, but it's to clean up and correct several inconsistencies in the statute that some were overlooked. In the 2024 session, there was a critical area bill that made multiple changes in our statute, and there were places where we missed some of those provisions. So it's a quick cleanup of those and a couple other things we want to memorialize regarding processes that the commission has been practicing throughout all these years. So one of those things has to do with when the commission wants to propose or promulgate regulations. The process before it goes through the official rulemaking process is that the commission will vote with an affirmative vote for those regulations to move forward. So we're asking that that be put into the statute. And there is another place where the date for vesting for properties that are within the coastal bays be put into the law specifically. And that date is June of 2002. It's never been reflected, so that's a simple correction. There's a couple things that didn't make it into the 2024 bill that I referenced earlier. One has to do with when local jurisdictions are required to update their critical area program. It was changed back in 2024 to reflect the timing that local governments have when they have to update their comprehensive plans, and that is every 10 years. So we matched that back in 2024, and we just missed it in one place. So you'll see a repeal of 6 years and a change to 10 years. So that's a simple one. We are also asking to update some provisions that have to do with the type of forestry professionals that are permitted to review forestry plans in the critical area. The reason for this is because I think in 2023 or 2024, you all may remember the Forest Conservation Law was updated, and part of that included the types of professionals that could be used. We reviewed this with DNR, our colleagues in the department, and we just want to make our statute consistent with that. There's two other requirements that were already also reflected in the 2024 legislation that have to do with timing. And one is there is a change in the bill from 90 days to 130 days, which is when a local jurisdiction comes to the commission and is asking for a change to their critical area program in some way. Then maybe they're updating a map, they're making a text amendment, they're updating their program. When that process starts, there's two ways that it can go. One is it can, and the chair of the commission makes this determination. The chair may determine that it's a refinement or an amendment. And the change, that is important because those two processes have very different timelines. The refinement process is much shorter. However, there could be an instance when the chair reports to the full 29-member commission and the commission disagrees that his determination of refinement is inaccurate and it should be an amendment. What that does is forces that process into what currently now says 90 days. And we believe that that is unfair to the local jurisdiction. If they have to go to an amendment process, it should match the current statute, which says 130 days if the chair had made that determination initially. So that's the change there that you're going to see if you have a question about that. We're also changing, the last change on the last page of the bill has to do with collecting fines. For some reason, the statute always named the department, which in the statute actually refers to the Department of Natural Resources. And in practice, through all these years, whenever a fine was collected, it was always collected and put to a fund that a local jurisdiction manages, not the Department of Natural Resources. So that's a quick change or a quick fix. So with that, again, I urge your favorable report, and I will turn it over to Chair Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. Again, understanding there is opposition, just want to make sure everything is fully laid out for you. So we're going to turn to Mr. Kelly to go through one of the portions of the bill that we believe is causing some of the consternation.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. Again, my name is Nick Kelly. I'm Executive Director with the Critical Area Commission. I'm going to try to give you a 1 minute and 53-second summary of what growth allocation and adjacency is, and we'll see if I can make it in that time. Because those are terms that are probably not very familiar to people who aren't familiar with the critical area. And growth allocation is really just upzoning. That is the critical area's version of upzoning. And when in 2008 the General Assembly updated the critical area law, it said if you want to do this type of upzoning, it needs to be adjacent. And in the Commission's interpretation, that is sharing a common boundary line. So if you want to upzone, it needs to be adjacent to existing commercial uses or existing higher density development. So commercial, higher density, and a growth allocation needs to be next to those types of things. At the same time, General Assembly in 2008 determined that there might be situations such as for housing, economic, or public needs that are in the comprehensive plan of the local jurisdiction, maybe things need to be non-adjacent. And so they allowed local governments to put together non-adjacency standards that would be approved by the commission, be a little bit different than the standard ones, but would allow for that non-adjacent growth allocation to occur. And we've seen that in several jurisdictions. If in Queenstown, if you think about the Queenstown outlets, about 8 or 9 years ago, there was a growth allocation that was using non-adjacency to allow development for multi-use commercial and residential right across the street from that. On Route 50, if you see the emergency room, that was done on an alternative adjacency standard with Queen Anne's County. And there was a commercial storage unit near Kent Narrows that about 2 years ago went through this alternative standard. So it's a very commonly used thing. But as I said, the challenge is that some people think that that term adjacency means touching or maybe nearby or maybe next to, and it creates this confusion. And sometimes applicants go down the process one way only to realize we should have been using the other standard. So our hope is by putting contiguous and adjoining in over adjacent, we're going to kind of get rid of some of that confusion and help people earlier in the process. So that's why we're asking for that change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do not see any questions. Well done on the 1 minute, 53 seconds. Okay, thank you. That brings us to the opposition testimony. We'll call up Don Butchko from the Maryland Association of Counties.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with MACO. First, I just have to say the Critical Area Commission is very good. I feel like they read my testimony before they came up because they're addressing all my points. The big thing here is the question of adjacency versus contiguous and adjoining. And this very directly goes towards the question of housing and the time that we're in right now. This committee is very fortunate that you don't have to deal with the starter and silver bill, but there's other committees that do. And so just kind of a background, that's a bill from the governor's office saying that we need to build more in areas that are maybe don't really fit with the lot size, et cetera, but we need to be more creative. Adjacency allows local jurisdictions to do that with our growth allocation. It gives us flexibility. Contiguous and adjoining, though, is incredibly narrow. It literally means you have to be right there next to the property, et cetera, versus adjacent can mean maybe it's down the block, maybe it's farther away, maybe there's some environmental feature separating it, et cetera. This is a question of, are we going to be flexible with our regulatory environment? Are we going to build? Or are we going to narrow the authority of local jurisdictions to meet the moment? And so that's why MACO urges an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 258. We'll turn to House Bill 404, Delegate Maricoux North, Natural Resources State Parks Terminology.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and the esteemed members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. I'm Delegate Bernice Maricoux North, representing Legislative District 14, and I come to offer testimony on House Bill 404, National Resource State Parks Terminology. This is a simple bill, yay. There's two names we're trying to change with this bill: Freeman State Historical Park and Port of Deposit State Historical Park to Freeman State Park and Port Deposit State Park. As it turns out, when this Great Maryland Outdoors Act of 2022 was established and created 2 new units to the system, we wanted to add historical to it. Freeman's is in Montgomery County, located in my district, and the other one is Port of Deposit State Historical Park, located in Cecil County. However, it's not because there's no state designation for historical parks, it's been complicated for the state parks to make sure that it's actually used for what they want it to be used for, which is a multi-purpose site. So it can be used for a lot more things than just the historical interpretation, but for recreation, environmental education, and the like. So this is simply just correcting the language so it can actually use it for what it was intended to be used for by removing the word of from Port Deposit to make the name more geographically accurate, and of course removing the word historical from the historical State Freeman Historical Park and Port Deposit State Historical Park. So with that, I humbly ask for a favorable report. I would note there's no fiscal note, so another positive to this bill. Ask for your favorable support on House Bill 404.
Thank you so much. Port Deposit Park has been quite an ordeal. So do you know if the Cecil County delegation is on board with this? Okay, maybe one of our delegates could go find that out for us. Awesome. Any other questions for the delegate? Delegate Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for making mention of my question. So just so that, and this is a simple bill, and I thank you, Delegate, for bringing it. Is it my understanding from your testimony that if a park has historical in it, it limits what happens in that park?
There's no rules of the road for historical park. When they see the word historical park, they don't know what to do with it. They know state parks and how state parks work as a multi-purpose site, but the historical park, it seems to be hanging up our leaders at this dealing with state parks on, and that's why we are bringing the bill forward.
So when you say they,
the folks that actually deal with state parks, and forgive me, I thought I had the names in front of me, but I do not know the exact.
At the state
DNR.
I believe so you're saying DNR needs a clarification to remove historical from state park so that they can program appropriately in a state park?
Right, state parks are designed to be multi-purpose.
Sure.
So when you have the word historical, that's a different definition apparently. And so this is just making it clear that we want it to be used as a state park, and not
even though it has historical significance.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I do not see any further questions. Thank you, Delegate.
Okay, thank you so much.
That concludes Bill House Bill 404. We're going to jump to House Bill 452, Vice Chair Guyton, State Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners, grounds for discipline action restrictions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, fellow members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. Delegate Michelle Guyton here today to ask for a favorable report on House Bill 452. Now, this is a really fun bill. I do have a picture to pass around to keep your interest during this presentation. This is my dog Pearl, which many of you have met over the years and hung out in the office and been part of our subcommittees. And this bill is inspired by her journey as well as other animals in Maryland. So this bill is brought to you on behalf of Pearl and also on behalf of the Maryland Veterinary Medical Association. All it does is it prohibits the Board of Veterinary Medicine from suspending or revoking a license, reprimanding or censuring a veterinarian solely on the basis of discussing or recommending the use of cannabis for animal health or therapy. So our laws, as you know, currently have a modernized medical cannabis for human use as of 12 years ago. In 2023, we also legalized recreational use for humans. We're not suggesting that for animal friends. However, the laws surrounding therapeutic use in animals are way behind. Cannabis really does show remarkable therapeutic value for many veterinary ailments, and that's why I have a picture of our friend Pearl here. Pearl has a very severe seizure disorder. She also she's very clumsy. She has accidents all the time. So this is Pearl in a code of shame. She knows her vets well. And she's been on high dosages of anticonvulsive medications that are considered really high risk in humans. They lead to anxiety, irritation, put her in a bad mood, but more importantly, lead to organ failure. So this is something that we're always watching out for. So they're also incredibly costly, not covered by any insurance, and they're not always successful. So nobody in any of her very costly and high-priced canine neurologists or many of her OR veterinary stays overnight have ever suggested to me that it might be possible to use cannabis for these problems, and that as a potential treatment, it actually demonstrates up to 89% reduction in seizure activities on dogs like Pearl without changing behavior, without the negative side effects, and without affecting and shutting down her liver or her kidneys. So I would prefer to be able to have a conversation with my canine neurologist for my puppy before I go to the store and I buy cannabis for my animal. I would like to be able to have the conversation with somebody that I know cares about her, understands her problems, and someone that I trust to give me opinion. Right now, if I ask my vet to have this conversation with me, they cannot do so. They can't talk about whether they think it's a good idea, a bad idea. They can't recommend dosages. They are disallowed to have this conversation, or they could be disciplined by the board. This bill changes that. It allows them to do that, and I hope that this bill passed so that I can have more guidance for Pearl, and that the vets will have more flexibility to provide the care that their animal patients need. I want to just bring your attention to the fact that there is no opposition to this bill. There is no fiscal note on this bill. And there is a very sweet letter about a cat named Reverend Bobcat Goldthwait in your, and I think you should take time to read that, because the writer of that letter believes that this bill might have saved Reverend Bobcat's life. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Hello, I wanted to say thank you, Chairman and Delegate Guyton, for giving me this opportunity today. I am Dr. Ashley Nichols, a practicing small animal veterinarian, and I am asking a favorable vote for HB 452, as it would allow veterinarians to counsel our clients on cannabinoid products. In practice, I frequently have clients asking for advice on products, often CBD products. However, under the professionalism standards outlined in the State Veterinary Practice Act, discussion is a violation and grounds for discipline. While the policy is designed to be aligned with federal laws, it is outdated. And veterinarians are inherently rule followers. As such, we are not willing to risk our license to discuss these products. This lack of discussion ultimately puts patients at risk rather than protecting them. As a veterinarian, we partner with our clients to guide and educate them on care for their animals. This includes discussion on the risks versus benefits, including what products and ingredients to avoid as they are harmful. This is often frequently done for other over-the-counter products such as Benadryl. But without our advice, clients are left to their own research, leaving them to misguided information from influencers or lay people. This poses an additional risk, as clients often become afraid to reach out or inform the veterinary team when they have gone and purchased a product and their animal has had an issue with that. This limits our ability to treat them, and it also reduces the reporting of reactions for these products, and therefore limits the ability to take them off the market. So for all of these reasons, I ask for a favorable vote. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Is Jackie Cohen-Roth here as well?
Yes.
We'll just go ahead and then we can take questions.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton. Thank you for your work on this, and members of the committee. I'm Jackie Cohen-Roth. I have a Master's of Science in Medical Cannabis Science and Therapeutics from the University of Maryland School of Pharmacy, where I'm also a faculty member with a focus on cannabis policy and law. I also am an entrepreneur, MBE, SBE, DBE of Cannabis MD, a nonprofit, the TPAD Foundation, and lastly, Vice President of Strategic Partnerships and Education for Canna Workforce, Inc., which is the first state-funded cannabis workforce development program here in Maryland and in the country. I strongly support HB 452 and urge a favorable report with amendments. Right now, Maryland veterinarians face an impossible choice: staying silent when pet owners ask about cannabis products, CBD, which is federally legal, or THC, which is federally illegal, but legal here in Maryland, or risk losing their license. Their silence is dangerous. There's a critical piece of cannabis science I like to share, so geek out a little bit, where all mammals, dogs, humans, cats, et cetera, have an endocannabinoid system. This is a system in the body, every body of a mammal, that regulates pain, appetite, mood, sleep, immune function, and more. This works with receptors throughout the body. For example, dogs and cats have a uniquely high number of CB1 receptors in their brain, particularly the cerebellum. And these are sites in the brain where THC and other cannabinoids attach. Think of these like a baseball fitting into a glove or a key fitting into a lock. And this makes our animals, our pet animals, especially vulnerable to THC toxicity. When veterinarians cannot discuss with pet owners about the difference between human cannabis products and appropriate animal products, the pets are likely to get poisoned. There's a particular word that I recommend, or I suggest here, is removing the word recommending, which has specific use in Maryland's cannabis program, and replace that, changing line 13 with changing it from discussing or recommending to discussing, educating, guiding, or advising about. And these words guide the principles of the veterinarian-client relationship, that VCPR.
Okay,
so
thank you so much for your testimony.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate it. A question from Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, first of all, thank you for the bill. I think this is a great bill. I think it's much needed. I wish we would have done this a couple years ago. So I want to start off with that. I would love to, if you would mind maybe addressing that favorable amendment testimony there that we just heard about. I think, you've got some thoughts about it. I would love to give you the opportunity, if you could, to just discuss that for a moment.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. But to be honest, I saw that for the first time this morning when I opened the file. So we have not had a conversation about it. And I don't believe that this was presented at the Senate hearing either. Is that accurate?
No. Yeah,
so
you
don't have to answer.
Yeah.
But that's my understanding after checking with the Senate sponsor, and that bill's already been heard on that side. So this isn't something that I've really had a chance to review. I did look over some of the suggestions while we were having our hearing, to be honest, and it looks like the primary concern is using the word recommending, but at the same time, the other states that have changed this law have all used the word recommending. So I feel like that's something that we should keep consistent in this state as well. So thank you, and I'm happy to speak offline about this, but I wasn't prepared to respond to those today.
Well, sorry, Doug, I didn't mean to put you on the spot there. Well, then I will ask this question. So just so we're all on the same page, which I know you and I are on the same page with this, but you're not talking about just sort of unlimited amounts of THC or anything like that. We all recognize that, strong amounts of THC can pose health consequences to various types of pets. You're talking about low THC products like CBD or something that may be hemp-derived here. Isn't that so?
Yeah, no, Delegate, that's the point of this right now, because I wouldn't know what to go to the store and buy my pet. I would go and say what's great for seizures and assume that what's good for humans would also possibly be good for dogs. But what I need to do to make sure that I'm not poisoning her is to talk to one of our veterinarian friends. So do you want to talk about how important that is?
It's really important. And right now, with the way it is, I can't even say that there's no FDA-approved products for animals or regulated products for animals. So I can't even caution owners against this. Unlike I could, those of you who have pets, a veterinarian will be like, yeah, you can go get Benadryl, it just can't have this ingredient or this flavor. I can't do any of that to help protect them. Or even say, hey, you're on X, Y, and Z medications, THC and these medications are a no-go. And so what this would allow is for that, and I'm hoping if they were to go out against advice, they'd be comfortable enough to come back versus just hearing that, oh, the veterinarians can't do anything about this. Now my pet's having a reaction. What do I do? Because I feel like I can't go to the veterinarian now.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 452. We're going to move on to House Bill 331, Delegate Terrassa, Maryland Beverage Container Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Program, affectionately known as the Bottle Bill. And Delegate Terrassa, welcome home.
they're coming.
Great.
It's rather crowded out there.
I thought of you earlier when I asked a witness to move the microphone to their mouth.
Well, don't worry, I'm doing that in my new committee as well. All right. I'm just waiting for my panel to come on up.
You have a few virtual panelists, I believe, so.
Have a virtual panelist that would be on the second. If he can be included on this, that'd be great, Peter Blair, but if not, he can testify after this.
Go ahead when you're ready.
Uh-oh, okay, just bring up this chair. Okay. You sure? All right. Oh, you don't time me. Oh, I forgot. I just want to say, don't tell my committee this, but I miss you all. Okay, so let's get started. Good afternoon, almost evening, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and esteemed members of Environment and Transportation. For the record, I'm Delegate Jen Terrassa. Thank you for this opportunity to present HB 331, cross-filed with Senator Brooks's Senate Bill 342, the Maryland Bottle Deposit Bill. Once again, this is my fourth time as the primary sponsor of this legislation, and I'm very grateful to ENT, the ENT Committee, for voting favorable on last year's bill. The bottom line is this is basically the same bill that you passed last year, with a few improvements to reduce the burden on MDE and address concerns expressed by several counties. Obviously, most of you have heard me present this bill year after year, so I'm not going to go through all the details of how the bill works, but I'm happy to answer any questions or sit down with you after this if you have more questions. Instead, I'll briefly run through a few highlights and let you know a little bit about what's changed this year. So the basics, House Bill 331 is first and foremost about addressing litter and plastic pollution problem in our state and with the added benefit of increasing recycling. The bill creates a bottle deposit return program for beverages sold in Maryland. So you basically buy the beverage, you borrow the container, when you return that, you get your deposit back. We've worked hard over the years to refine and modernize this bill and address stakeholder concerns. But as I said, we made a few improvements this year. To reduce the burden on MDE, we've shifted administration of the grant program established under the bill to the Chesapeake Bay Trust. For counties and the MRFs, we clarified that local governments are not responsible for financing, operating, or enforcing redemption centers. But it still gives the counties the opportunity to do so if they want, and they'll receive a processing fee if they do. In addition, we heard from counties that they are concerned that they will lose money as a result of the bottle bill because they say we're diverting aluminum cans and PET bottles. But for a number of reasons, we're confident that this will not be the case, but to ease the mind of those who are concerned, this year's bill adds a provision to reimburse counties for any losses attributable to the bill during the first 3 years. This year's bill also provides for the stewardship organization to reimburse both public and private MRFs for the collection, transportation, and processing of tonnage of unredeemed, redeemable containers they collect, and requires MDE to consult with local governments and assess the impact of the program on littering, recycling operations, municipal and county budgets, and other recommendations, and offer recommendations. So before I go, I want to just quickly address some of the things you might hear from opponents of this bill. First of all, I've heard out there that there's folks who are saying that the EPR packaging bill is somehow inconsistent with this. The EPR bill that this committee and the legislature passed last year, or that we somehow need to wait while they write the regulations. First, let me say when EPR for packaging bill passed last year, as you may remember, language was included to make sure that a future bottle bill was still possible. Second, the bottle bill is an extended producer responsibility, or EPR bill, as you all know it. And just like the paint stewardship bill, the mattress stewardship bill, the bottle bill is consistent with EPR for packaging. They are different pieces of the movement to hold producers accountable for the impact their products are wreaking on our environment. Regarding the claims that we should wait and see how things go with the EPR packaging bill, I believe now is precisely the time we should be incorporating a bottle bill as part of those, and we should be incorporating the bottle bill as part of those deliberations. A lot of how the EPR packaging will work will be implemented through regulation. It only makes sense as a matter of efficiency that we do that all at the same time. And finally, the reality is that the EPR for packaging and bottle bill are complementary and work very well together, and they do in other states as well. EPR for packaging focuses focuses on curbside recycling and what happens to the packaging on the back end of things, whereas the bottle bill takes the recyclable material out of the recycling stream before getting kind of mushed up with the others, that's the technical term, and making the recycling material more valuable. The other thing I heard was that it was undermining a working recycling system. Which is interesting because the reality is that in the current system, plastic is recycled, as you know, at an abysmal rate of less than 10%. Some estimates are as low as 5, 6, or 7%. I would also, the beverage industry says their bottles are 100% recyclable and they want every bottle back, but that's just not going to happen unless we change consumer behavior by incentivizing them to return with a refundable deposit. And I'll also note that a single stream recycling glass bottles, which are much more recyclable than plastic, get destroyed and end up in landfills, costing local governments more to process. You'll also hear, just about done here, but you also hear that people can't afford this extra 10 cents, but just keep in mind that that money comes back. The entire amount comes back to people. Just trying to cut this down. Okay, and then opponents will likely raise, because I saw that in the testimony, pointing to examples from bottle bills programs written in 1970s and 80s about fraud. But those examples actually show how forward-thinking our modern the program we're proposing is. These older laws didn't have modern safeguards, tracking systems, or enforcement mechanisms that HB 331 has. Unlike other programs, the bill puts the beverage companies, the ones who will actually lose money if fraud happens, in charge of running the system and preventing it. That means the people with the strongest incentive to stop fraud are responsible for making sure it doesn't happen. Fraud is not a reason to oppose this bill. It's a reason to pass a modern, well-designed bill that anticipates risk and gives Maryland the tools to manage them effectively. So, in wrapping up, in the interest of time, I've skipped over a lot of well-thought-out details of this bill, but I'm happy to answer questions, and also we are happy to always sit down with anyone who has questions and go over them. And we're also open to discussing potential amendments. House Bill 331 is modern, well thought out, takes lessons learned from other states and countries, and is very successful in those places. We've done a lot of work on this bill over the years. It has come a long way since 2016 when it was introduced by now Senate President Bill Ferguson. We're making big corporations pay for the mess they created in Maryland and across the globe. You know this bill. You know we've worked on it for years. We can't keep kicking the literal can down the road. I can't pass up the opportunity to say that one more time. Please pass this bill. I respectfully urge a favorable report on House Bill 331.
Ready? Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and committee members. I'm Kelly Dorden, Executive Director of Trash Free Maryland, here in strong support of HB 331. You have our written testimony on behalf of 30 state and local environmental and watershed protection groups, and by now you've heard many of the reasons Marylanders support a bottle bill now. I want to address another point. This body passed landmark extended producer responsibility, or EPR, for packaging legislation last year. Trash Free Maryland proudly serves on the Packaging Advisory Committee, and we are invested in making Maryland's packaging program as effective as possible. For that reason, and to help achieve the best, most efficient results and the highest quality products, we strongly support passage of a recycling refund for beverage containers now. Packaging EPR and bottle bills do go hand in hand. Maryland's recycling needs assessment last year projected Maryland's packaging recycling rate could increase from its current 34% to 50% under an EPR for packaging program. We know we can do more if we use all the available tools to us. 89% of Maryland's single-family homes already have access to curbside recycling. We absolutely support the goal to maintain and improve curbside access. The bottle bill will not take that away. Instead, the bottle bill will maximize access and convenience to additional recycling options to better capture materials from businesses, parks, and on-the-go consumption, complementing recovery rates from curbside recycling. Additionally, now EPR will support and financially offset the loss of beverage packaging for our recycling facilities, leaving every material to pay its own way. Curbside recycling, disposal, and litter cleanup all cost money. The choice is who pays for these programs, government, taxpayers, or the producers of the materials. Capturing more materials through a producer-financed program makes sense and relieves local governments and taxpayers of the burden of litter cleanup and disposal from beverage containers that don't make it to our curbside programs. Don't leave beverage container litter behind. We respectfully request a favorable report on HB 331. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you for having me today. My name is Caitlin Williams. I am an MD PhD candidate from Johns Hopkins. Today I'm here representing myself and my own opinions and expertise. I completed my PhD thesis 2 years ago, where I identified plastic-associated compounds like BPA in the skin of people with inflammatory skin disease. This is not the first example of plastic causing health issues. Recent publications show microplastics in your arteries are associated with higher risk of heart attack and stroke, and a Maryland report in 2018 showed high microplastics in Maryland water specifically may be related to rising colorectal cancer rates in the states. By far, the biggest exposure to plastics is through our diet and water. Consumer-accessible filters are not really capable of removing these compounds, and water treatment facilities don't routinely do it either. I've lived in Baltimore for 7 years now, and I constantly see plastic bottles in the water very specifically, and it's alarming, leaching these chemicals into the system. We should expect to see increasingly poor health effects the longer we allow this much plastic to contaminate our systems. 2 years ago, we crossed the threshold of 100% of human placentas testing positive for these kinds of plastic compounds. The time to address this is now, and improving the recovery and recycling rate will help. I've kept this oral testimony very brief, but I encourage you to look at my written testimony with lots more studies and hard data. I therefore respectfully urge a positive report on Bill 331.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Allison Blood, and I'm here representing Waterfront Partnership of Baltimore, a business improvement district launched, funded, and governed by the waterfront business community. Waterfront Partnership had to develop an environmental advocacy arm to best serve our business district due to the issue of trash in Baltimore Harbor. One of our most notable initiatives was the installation of 4 trash wheels in Baltimore Harbor. Over the last 12 years, Mr. Trash Wheel family has collected nearly 3 million beverage containers. This is only the tiniest fraction of the 4 billion beverage containers not captured in the recycling stream. That's right, 75% of the 5.5 billion containers produced in Maryland every year do not make it into the recycling stream and are burned, buried, or littered. Please remember these numbers when you hear opposition from the waste and recycling industry talk about the success of curbside recycling, or the beverage industry talk about the high recyclability of their beverage containers. It does not count if it is not recaptured or recycled. A recycling rate of 25% is not an effective program, and it certainly is not part of a circular economy. Waterfront Partnership spends nearly $2 million each year cleaning the waterfront. It is important for the committee to understand the significant cost savings that will occur with the implementation of the bottle bill as it relates to litter cleanup and disposal. A study conducted by the Container Recycling Institute showed an 80% reduction in beverage container litter and a 35% reduction in overall litter in states with a bottle bill. These reductions will equal millions of dollars in savings for the state in roadside litter cleanup alone every year. Reducing litter is good for business. It's good for the state, it's good for local government, and it's good for the public, as our tax dollars are currently funding litter cleanup. We respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 331.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and the committee members. I'm Martha Ainsworth, Chair of the Maryland Sierra Club Zero Waste Team, speaking on behalf, in strong support of SB 331 on behalf of the chapter's members and supporters. The Maryland Bottle Bill will divert 3.6 billion beverage containers per year from landfills, incinerators, and the environment, 2.3 billion of which are plastic bottles. It'll reduce beverage container litter and related plastic pollution as much as 85%. It will provide clean feedstock that can be used in closed-loop recycling. There's no other program that can achieve this impact, because when there's a refundable deposit attached to an empty beverage container, you get it back, not littered or wasted. Expanding curbside recycling is not the solution. The littered beverage containers are mainly consumed from away from home. The bottle bill would divert littered and wasted containers from roadsides and disposal. In all 10 bottle bill states, deposits and curbside collection coexist. Bottle bills complement other packaging laws to maximize the impact. 3 of the 6 states with EPR for packaging laws have deposit programs. We need both of them. Bottle bills are politically popular. More than 90% of Maryland voters would support a program with a 10-cent refundable deposit paid for by producers, not taxpayers. And the bottle bill is affordable. Deposits are fully refundable. Access to redemption sites will be convenient. There will be no impact on the non-deposit price of beverages. It will reduce costs for local governments, pay for itself, and create new jobs and income-earning opportunities. To conclude, we have a serious litter and plastic pollution problem. There's a highly effective program to fix it. The beverage producers are responsible for financing and implementing it, and the public overwhelmingly supports it. We can't afford to wait. Don't waste another 4 billion beverage containers this year. We request a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. And you wanted Peter Blair on your panel as well?
Sure. Yeah.
All right, let's bring him up. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, terrific. My name is Peter Blair. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Director with Just Zero. We are a national environmental nonprofit focused on implementing policies that reduce waste and benefit the environment. I've worked on recycling policy and bottle bills in dozens of states across the country, as well as at the federal level. Others have already laid out the numerous benefits of the bottle bill, so I briefly want to address one of the arguments you'll hear from opponents, that the bottle bill is too complex and burdensome for Maryland retailers. Bottle bills are not new or untested. They operate in more than 50 jurisdictions worldwide, serving over 300 million people. This includes states and countries with modern retail sectors. All of these jurisdictions have made these systems work and work well. Additionally, the sponsor has specifically designed this bill to make it flexible and adaptive, ensuring it works for retailers rather than burdening them. The bill gives them flexibility in how they offer redemption services. They can choose from different options: reverse vending machines, bag drop systems, outdoor redemption systems. They can even work with nearby retailers to create services that are in common or centralized locations. This flexibility allows them to design services that align with their surrounding community, their store layout, staffing, and business models. The bill also makes sure that retailers are fully compensated for the role they're going to play in this program. They are paid a per container handling fee that covers all of their costs associated with accepting and managing beverage containers. The handling fee also covers investments in technology should they choose to want a reverse vending machine or a bag drop system to make it more convenient and easier for them. In addition to direct compensation, there's evidence that show retailers that offer redemption services see increased foot traffic as well as consumer spending. Typically, consumers bring their containers back during shopping trips and use their deposit refunds towards in-store purchases. In my written testimony, I've countered the other arguments you are going to hear from opposition. I'd encourage you to review that, specifically when the opponents are speaking. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We have a question for the panel from Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Trassa, for bringing this bill and being so dedicated. Thanks to your panel. I just have a very quick question for Ms. Blood. Ms. Blood, I think you're a resident of District 46.
I am.
And a resident of the Patterson Park neighborhood specifically.
I was. I'm in Otterbein now.
But you're still in D46?
Yes, yes.
Are there grassroots resident-driven recycling and composting initiatives in the city that you might have had something to do with? That's just a yes/no question.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excellent constituent service. Delegate Grammer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the bill sponsor, I'm trying to understand the main conveyance of the payment mechanism. So the price is built into the wholesale price, but the retailer should include that on the receipt, but the retail price will not include the redemption fee. Is that correct? I'm trying to read the bill.
Yeah, I think Bartha Ainsworth is probably best to answer that, but it's not included in the price. It's included on the, when you buy, and I may just not have the language right, but it's basically as a separate fee. You'll see it as a fee on there.
I can read it to you. The wholesale price and the retail price of a full redeemable beverage container shall include the refund value of the redeemable beverage container. So I just want to clarify for myself.
Okay.
We're ensuring in the wholesale price it's built in, but we're also ensuring in the retail price that it is not built in. It's a very big bill, and I'm just trying to understand it.
What do you think, Peter? I would suggest that Peter answer that question.
May I?
Mr. Blair, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. So typically how it works in bottle bill states, and I've lived in 4 of them, it is not included in the price. Let's say you purchase a $1 bottle of water. It is not going to say on the receipt $1.10. It will say $1, and then it will show a separate line item for 10 cents for the refund. You get that 10 cents back when you redeem it. So the language is very lawyerly and confusing, but in practice, there is a separate line item that shows what the cost is for the consumer. Same thing when the wholesalers are selling to the retailers. It is a separate line item under both aspects, so you can keep track of the deposit and the actual price.
But I just want to clarify, we're requiring via law that it's built in, and that appears to be the main.
Delegate, that's not what it does. So
I'm clarifying that.
Yeah, it's not what it does. It doesn't change the price of the good. It adds a 10-cent fee. So you'd have, if it's something that the sales tax applies to, you'd have a sales tax line, and then you'd have bottle bill fee, terrasa fee line, whatever it is.
Okay, sounds good, thanks.
Further questions? Okay, I do want to note we're joined by colleagues from Economic Matters, so welcome to them. I don't see any more questions for the sponsor of this panel. We have a bunch of additional favorable witnesses, so we're just going to start working through them if that's all right. We'll start with Jana Davis, Chesapeake Bay Trust, Maggie Ostall, National Aquarium, Christopher Williams, Anacostia Watershed, and Walter Tucker, Maryland Episcopal Public Policy Network. Jana, please just start when you sit down.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Jana Davis, president of the Chesapeake Bay Trust. As most of you know, the Chesapeake Bay Trust was created by the General Assembly as a nonprofit to complement state agency work and empower community-based groups on the ground through grant making. In this bill, the trust is asked to manage a grant program that would support recycling, reuse efforts, litter cleanup, trash cleanup, et cetera, and also behavior change, which is a big piece of this program. The trust is well suited to run such a grant program. We have the infrastructure in place. We're known to be very efficient, as most of you know. We've had the highest rating from Charity Navigator, for example, 4 stars for decades. The trust would apply these resources to support grants to schools, nonprofits, for-profits. We'd actually use a very cool program we ran for Washington, D.C. called Ditch the Disposables as a model for that, and other types of entities. There's a lot of demand for this type of work. Communities of all types are identifying litter and trash as one of their top environmental concerns. In the last 10 years, we've made about 1,000 grants to support these cleanup projects. The demand is actually much higher. We have about 3 times as much demand as available resources. We've also funded a lot of projects on the behavior change piece of it, on the social science behind how people manage their trash and how it becomes litter. Our grantees want to tackle this issue. And hopefully the more work we do on this issue, we'll put ourselves out of business in this line of work because there will be no litter left. So I'm happy to answer any questions about how the grant program would work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to this committee for your work on many critical issues. And thank you to Delegate Terrasa and all the bill sponsors for your work to establish a beverage container deposit program in Maryland. I'm Maggie Ostall. I'm the Director of Conservation Policy for National Aquarium, where we focus on combating climate change, stopping plastic pollution, and saving wildlife and habitats. This important legislation advances progress on all of those goals, given that about half of Maryland's ongoing tsunami of beverage container litter is plastic bottles made from petroleum, bottles now scattered throughout our environment. Oops, sorry, I started before the timer. I'll be quick. Maryland's ongoing tsunami of beverage container litter is plastic bottles made from petroleum, bottles now scattered throughout our environment, harming wildlife and people. Our written testimony echoes several points that have already been made today. I'd like to highlight recent cleanup statistics. The aquarium is one of many, many nonprofit organizations in Maryland that regularly lead cleanups alongside dedicated community volunteers. We also participate in the annual International Coastal Cleanup that's coordinated each year worldwide by the Ocean Conservancy. In 2025 alone, International Coastal Cleanup events in Maryland removed more than 10,000 beverage containers from the environment last year alone. This year marks the 40th anniversary of the International Coastal Cleanup, which means decades of cleaning up beverage containers, and this legislation offers a better way. Marylanders' time, capacity, and taxpayer dollars should be better allocated from picking up beverage container litter, and this legislation offers a proven, cost-effective solution and one that will complement and build on existing programs created by the legislature. National Aquarium strongly urges a favorable report for HB 331. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Chris Williams. I'm the president of the Anacostia Watershed Society and a proud resident of PG County. Prince George's County. I'm representing 10,000 members, supporters, and volunteers of the Anacostia Watershed Society. Of the only 3 water bodies in the U.S. that are federally regulated for trash, 2 of them are in Maryland, the Anacostia Watershed, and not just the river, but the entire watershed, 2/3 of which is in the state of Maryland, and Baltimore Harbor. In effect, the trash problem is so bad in these water bodies that the federal government felt the need to put them on a trash diet through the TMDL program. It's not hard to see why if you stroll along the Anacostia River or Baltimore Harbor after a heavy rain, where you can see many of the 2.6 billion plastic containers that escape recycling every year floating like a mat of plastic in every nook and cranny of those water bodies. The plastic bottle is by far the most ubiquitous piece of trash we collect in our trash traps and cleanups, representing well over 50% of that trash by volume. This trash mars public spaces, fouls wildlife habitat, and entangles wildlife as it breaks down. And as it breaks down, wildlife often ingests the small pieces. And as those are broken down into microplastics, they represent a significant threat to wildlife and human health. The trash traps and cleanups of AWS, the Waterfront Partnership, and others are important to keeping pollution like this at bay, but it will never get ahead of it. To do that, we need to stop this trash from hitting the ground in the first place, and that's what HB 331 will do so effectively. Bottle bills effectively reduce trash pollution in 10 U.S. states and around the world. And we know from local examples that public policy to reduce trash pollution works. Laws to limit the use of styrofoam, plastic bags, plastic straws, plastic flatware have all proven to be economical, effective ways to reduce trash population in Maryland. HB 331 will be an equally effective public policy. Please see my written testimony for details, and I urge you to report favorably on HB 331. Thank you.
Okay, I do not see any questions for these witnesses. Was Walter Tucker here? Oh, I'm sorry, Delegate Roberts.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for this bill. I just had a question. How are people who don't live near, say, like grocery stores or convenience stores, or whoever's going to stand these bins up, how are they able to take advantage of the program?
That's probably a question for one of the folks on the previous panel.
I can take a shot at it, though. The bill has language in it that ensures that the stewardship organization, which is going to be managing the program, makes sure that there are reverse vending machines for collecting these bottles and cans in stores themselves. So wherever people are going to buy their groceries, they can return them via one of these reverse vending machines. Also in the bill, there's language for the establishment of redemption centers. And we could establish those redemption centers in areas that weren't served appropriately by grocery stores. So there is a commitment to making sure that there is a redemption center or some sort of reverse vending machine to drop off bottles and cans evenly spaced around the state, if you will, so that they're always accessible.
So for those redemption centers, who's going to stand those up? Who would do that?
Those are stood up by the, well, actually, there's a lot of different types of redemption centers you can do. You can do a for-profit redemption center. A church or a school could set up a redemption center where they collect bottles and cans for charity, and those can be set up in collaboration with the stewardship organization, which is the organization that's going to be set up by the legislation to run the whole program.
And then I'm sorry if I'm okay. I'm not sure if this is the right panel. It may have been the previous panel, but for people who don't return the bottles, what happens to the money?
Well, there is always, when you have a program like this, there are numbers of bottles and cans that don't get returned for the deposit. Well, the system can keep track of that, so the system will know how much money has gone in to deposit and how much has been returned. That amount that remains is managed by the stewardship organization and can be used, and most of it, according to the laws, according to the language of the statute, will be reinvested in the recycling program to make sure that it's up and running. So it provides a resource to continue the program. and support the program.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Healy.
Thank you very much. And along the same lines, if you could address what happens for people who have all their groceries delivered and they don't go out in the world, but will they be able to return them the same way they received them? Will somebody come by their house and pick them up?
That's a good question that I don't have the answer to. I'm not sure my other panelists do, but there are probably other panelists who can answer that question for you, or we can find that out and get back to you.
Just please do.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure Martha Ainsworth will be able to follow up with you, Delegate Healy.
Martha can answer just about any
That's
question
right.
when it comes to the bottle
Encyclopedia
bill.
bottle bill. All right. I don't see any more for, sorry, Delegate Odom. And guys, remember, this is not the sponsor. This is not the group sponsoring the bill. So think about your questions for them.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to that point, the only question that come to my mind, maybe it should have been asked at the previous panel that was there, because we heard the figures of 75% of the disposed bottles that we have now are left out there in the litter. So my question.
Well, they're in the litter, and then they go to incinerators where they're burned, creating air pollution. They're filling up landfills.
So the question is, if the bill is enacted into law, would there be, could someone harvest any bottle that is currently existing and get a fee? So these bottles that, if this bill passes, I guess, reiterating the question, how would we discern whether this is a returnable bottle versus those that are just non-returnable?
Well, the answer to the question about picking up cans and bottles and returning them, to just collect the money, you can do that. And in a lot of bottle bill states, there's actually a sort of a new vocation that's been created. They call them canners, which are just folks who go around and collect plastic bottles and cans and return them for the deposit. I mean, when I was a kid, I grew up in Washington State. When I was a kid, I did that as a kid. I collected bottles and cans and I returned them for the deposit. And there are folks under this bill who'll be able to collect those bottles and cans and do that.
Thank you.
Okay, we have additional in-person favorable testimony from Mayor Benitez, City of Mount Rainier, Raj Awashti, Better Planet for Kids, and Councilmember Ramos, if they're still here. Thanks for your patience, and please, someone go ahead.
You want to, okay. I've been assigned to go first. Good evening, Selena Benitez, Mayor of the City of Mount Rainier. I did submit my written testimony, but Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Gutton, and members of the Environmental Transportation Committee, thank you so much. I'm here in support of Bill HB 331. You guys have my testimony, but what's not in the testimony is the story I'm going to tell you guys. I am the oldest of 4 of a single mother. I grew up in California after moving from El Salvador. The ability to be able to collect cans allowed a lifeline to my family. My mom worked cleaning houses and cleaning businesses, and we managed to collect enough cans to be able to sometimes pay the bills, right? As an adult, it allowed me to be able to pay for my transportation to go to college and university, right? This bill is not also in essence to be able to create like green initiatives, but also allows for other people to be invested in the financial end of it. I'll tell you that for us, had we not had the ability to be able to do that, it would have been a lot harder for us to be in this position, right? As a municipality, we do recycle and do recycling for our city. The ability for people to be able to deposit their own and get their money back will allow for our tipping fees to go ahead and reduce. That in doing so will allow for us to be able to utilize the money in other things that we need in the municipality without raising taxes as well. So whether you believe heavily in the environment, whether you heavily believe in the economic aspect of it, know that this bill will help in multiple ways in order to provide a lifeline to other people, but also in a way of like protecting and creating economic opportunities at the same time, like protecting the planet. So that's going to be my testimony. So I thank you guys for supporting this bill last time, and hopefully you'll support it this time as well. And we'll continue advocating to make sure that, at all ways, we know what ways we could continue to put the information out there to help our community and our planet. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. It's like evening now, so I'll keep this even more brief.
My name is Raja Wesley. I'm a junior at Montgomery Blair High School and the founder of Better Planet for Kids, a youth-led nonprofit organization focused on environmental wellness through youth action, community cleanups, and public awareness. I'm here to urge a favorable report on House Bill 331. Now, when we talk about litter, I'm sure we all know it's not a dormant issue, but for students, it's even less abstract because it's what we see really every day. Plastic bottles in our storm drains at school, outside school, cans along sidewalks, and trash piled in parks where families are supposed to feel safe and healthy, and even alongside lake shores. But that litter doesn't just stay on the land, of course. It washes into streams and ultimately into the Bay watershed, where it harms wildlife and costs communities to clean up. Now, this bill tackles that problem with a simple idea that works, a refundable deposit that makes it worth it to return beverage containers instead of tossing them. It creates a statewide system to increase recycling, reduce litter, and even encourage reuse, which is the kind of policy that turns doing the right thing into doing the easy thing. And as a youth advocate, I also want to emphasize the equity side. Now, when you put value on containers, people can get their deposit back, and communities benefit from cleaner streets and parks. And as volunteers, we can clean up litter, but we can't out-clean a system that keeps producing it. And Maryland students want to inherit a state where clean public spaces and clean water are normal and not a seasonal event. And this bill is a form of prevention, which is exactly what environmental wellness should look like. So thank you for your time, and I respectfully request a favorable report on Bill 331.
Great job.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Odette Ramos. I'm the City Councilwoman for District 14 in Baltimore City. It's great to be before you again, and thank you all for all of your work. I'm urging a favorable report. We are running out of room in our landfill. We do not want to spend the money to expand our landfill. We would have to move a road in order to move the landfill. We would like to close our incinerator. We do not want to have polluted air in our city. The only way to do that is to reduce the waste stream. And one of the best ways to do that is to make sure that we are incentivizing people being able to take their recyclables out of the waste stream and do something with them. So this bill is extremely important for us. Our recycling rate in the city is about 30%, and I think that's the same statewide. And so having a deposit this way can only work statewide. The retailers and the bottle companies will not put the sticker on just for one city. And we can't ask our grocery retailers to put the sticker on for us. So this has to be done statewide. And so we're asking for your help to be able to make sure that we're utilizing dollars not to extend a landfill, but for other very important things in our city and achieving our zero waste goals. So thank you very much for your time, and I urge a favorable report. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you all. We have a number of virtual favorable witnesses. We'll turn to Matt Gove or some Surfrider Foundation, Maryland. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
No problem. Hey, I'm Matt Gove from Surfrider Foundation. I work with our Surfrider volunteers in the Mid-Atlantic, and I'm representing our chapters in Maryland. We have a chapter in Ocean City and a chapter of volunteers right in Annapolis. We were lobbying last week, and we had about 40 people, and about 20 of them were students who came out to lobby in favor of this bill. I'm going to keep it brief because I think you guys have been here for hours. This bill really tackles and goes after this human health issue we have with plastics. I think everyone knows now that plastics are a big problem with human health, and every month more studies come out how bad it is for humans, and all this litter ends up in our air, in our water, in our soil. And so a bottle bill is a proven policy to reduce litter, create jobs, reduce costs for local municipalities, so many good things. You've probably heard all that, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating other people said. I haven't been able to listen all day. I'll tell you one thing. I'm representing our Maryland chapters today, but I work with our chapters all over the Mid-Atlantic, and I actually live in New York City. So don't turn off the camera, but I'll tell you, in New York, we have a bottle bill. It may not be perfect, but I'll tell you what, when I go outside my house, I see tons of litter every day. I never see a bottle because people come and pick it up once it's worth money. So A bottle bill works. It keeps litter out of our communities, and please help us pass this bill. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Miriam Gordon, the Story of Stuff Project.
It's not letting, okay, there we go. Thank you, Chair Corman and members of the committee. I'm Miriam Gordon, the Reuse Director at the Story of Stuff Project, a US-based organization focusing on changing how we make, use, and throw away all the stuff in our lives. I'm here on behalf of our 1,000 Maryland supporters to express our strong support for HB 331. Refundable deposits have been proven worldwide as the best way to ensure that beverage containers get returned for recycling and reuse and don't become litter. But due to decades of industry opposition to paying for responsibly managing their packaging, only 10 states have succeeded in enacting bottle bills to date. If the very profitable U.S. beverage industry was serious about purported claims of wanting every bottle back to recycle, they would support measures like this. Instead, they spread misinformation about creating an affordability problem. But in states where return of containers is convenient and the deposit is high enough to incentivize returns, as required in this bill, people don't pay more. However, not having a bottle bill increases taxpayer burden. In 2024, the state spent over $17 million removing litter from highways. The city of Baltimore spent over $32 million, and local governments spend millions more controlling trash entering Maryland's waterways, half of which is plastic beverage containers. Then there's the economic toll of microplastics and their harm to human health. In a recent peer-reviewed study, it estimates the healthcare costs attributed to chemicals in plastic in the United States are $250 billion a year, over 1% of GDP. This bill's focus on bringing back reusable beverage containers will reduce single-use plastic and decrease the number of containers that can become litter. Oceana reports 10% reuse of beverages can reduce marine plastic pollution by 22%. We urge you to favorably report this bill and applaud Delegate Terrassa for her leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Schweisgoose, Neighbors of the Northwest Branch.
Okay, thank you, Chair Corman and Vice Chair Guyton and committee members. Thank you for your service to the state of Maryland. I'm the Vice President and Advocacy Chair of Neighbors of the Northwest Branch. We are a watershed group, nonprofit watershed group dedicated to protecting and restoring the Northwest Branch of the Anacostia River. So you heard from Chris Williams, we are actually the largest tributary of the Anacostia. And I just wanted to back up the problem of litter in the watershed. You heard a lot of that from Chris and a lot of data. So we organize volunteer cleanups throughout the year, and consistently beverage containers as an item are the #1 source of litter. We see a lot of plastic bottles. There's soccer games. People just throw them on the ground, playgrounds that kids just throw their beverages. Get a lot of beer cans, a lot of little secret beer parties in the woods. As well as glass bottles. So it is a continued problem in the watershed. And yes, we have volunteer cleanups, but it's really a Sisyphean task. And there is certainly motivation when there's a deposit system for folks to collect. As Mayor Bonita said, I also grew up, when I got 25 cents a pound for aluminum, in the 1980s, that was big money. And that's how I earned money to buy Mother's Day presents and things like that. So I certainly understand personally that motivation. We have stores in the area that require a 25-cent deposit for shopping carts, and people will return those carts, or other people will go around and get them to get the quarter. We don't see those carts abandoned and dumped in our watershed. We do see other store carts. So I think that's a great example again of this small deposit does have a big impact in addressing littering, whether it's the person who actually bought the container, or if they do happen to litter it, someone else will go and collect that. So we do ask that you support this to help keep litter out of our watersheds and our waterways. Thank you.
Thank you. Ava Richardson, Baltimore City.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening. I want to emphasize a few points that may not have been covered already, and echo all the folks who came before me in their testimonies in support of this bill. I am representing the Baltimore City administration and want to emphasize how relevant these bills are, how relevant these bans and post-consumer waste policies are to Baltimore City urban environments in the state of Maryland. We currently use public dollars to manage waste and environmental externalities and issues generated in the private sector. These post-consumer waste bills really help to address how we can better strategically drive funding, both in terms of market-based strategies, but also in terms of consumer-based strategies and behavior change modification to ensure that we are driving the adequate investments to zero waste planning and infrastructure, as well as fostering a circular economy. I also just want to highlight there are many examples of these types of bans and post-consumer waste bills, including the 2018 polystyrene ban that was passed in Baltimore City, as well as the 2021 Comprehensive Bag Reduction Act, or plastic bag ban, which several local jurisdictions have also passed similar bag bans across the state of Maryland. And with that, I just want to emphasize Baltimore City requests a favorable report for this legislation for HB 331, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Garvey Heiderman, Hobbit Restaurant.
How are you doing, everyone? Thank you for your time. I'll be short and sweet here. I'm in support of the bill. I own a restaurant down in Ocean City, Maryland, and I also own a compost operation down here. I'm pretty familiar with recycling markets, and I've been pretty involved in some state legislation over the last few years through all forms of recycling. And to me, from a 50,000-foot view, it's very simple. The financial mechanisms being put in place will allow cultural and operational mechanisms to follow that in a very in a much easier way and more streamlined way than without. And additionally, you know, talking about plastic specifically, we all know how lacking that market is in value, and inherently when you're adding value to recycling that, it's going to allow more of that stuff to get recycled. So it's a very common sense issue here. It's been a long time coming. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Elizabeth Risner, Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Reisner. I'm a physician in Maryland, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the doctors and public health professionals who support the bottle bill because of its 3 public health benefits. For more details, please refer to the written testimony submitted by Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility, as well as Healthy Climate Maryland, the Maryland Public Health Association, and the Maryland State Medical Society. First, as you heard, littered and landfill plastic bottles degrade into micro nanoplastics that pollute our air, water, and soil and end up in our food chain and water supply. For example, because of plastic pollution in the Chesapeake Bay, oysters harvested here contain detectable amounts of microplastics. As you've heard already, once we ingest or inhale microplastics, they can end up everywhere in our body, including our heart, lungs, brains, and testicles. Research shows that these tiny pieces of plastic can cause inflammation in our bodies, and we doctors are worried they could be linked to higher rates of cancer, heart attack, stroke, and infertility. Moreover, these plastics also release endocrine disrupting chemicals like bisphenols or phthalates, which are implicated in obesity, type 2 diabetes, preterm birth, decreased sperm count, IQ loss, and ADHD. Because the bottle bill will recover over 2 million plastic bottles that are discarded in our state each year in landfills or litter, it would help reduce the environmental pollution and human exposure. Secondly, plastic bottles in the trash can end up incinerated, and when plastic is burned, it releases harmful air pollutants that worsen asthma and COPD and trigger learning and behavioral problems in children and increase the risk of dementia in adults. By keeping plastic bottles out of trash incinerators in Baltimore City and Montgomery County, the bottle bill will improve those communities' health. Third, any plastic bottle that is not recycled increases the demand for new plastic production, which comes from fossil fuels and increases carbon emissions. By providing high-quality food-grade plastics for recycling, this bill will reduce greenhouse gas emissions and alleviate the burden of climate change-related illness. Therefore, a vote for the bottle bill is a vote for Maryland's public health.
Thank you. We're going to roll right into virtual favorable amendment witnesses. Liz Donahue, Primo Brands Corp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to testify today.
My name is Liz Donahue. I represent Primo Brands, known locally as Deer Park Bottled Water. More than 100 of our employees live and work across Maryland. Primo is also a founding member of the Coalition for High Performance Recycling, and today we are testifying in support of HB 331 with amendments. Primo Brands is a leader in reusable packaging with our multi-serve 3 and 5 gallon bottles and industry-leading use of recycled plastic, aluminum, and glass packaging. In 2025, approximately 40% of our PET bottles were made from recycled plastic. We need more recycled material to have bottle-to-bottle recycling, however. Establishing a deposit return system is the best way to dramatically increase the availability of high-quality recycled materials for circular use in beverage containers. A deposit return system is a complement to Maryland's EPR policy. With the amendments proposed by Chipper, Maryland would see a cost-effective recycling model that is convenient for consumers and led by producers and brands. It is Chipper's recommendation to amend House Bill 331 to assign financial accountability to brand owners, not to bottlers. Brand owners are more agile and have more control over beverage packaging and recycling efficiency. When brands and producers have responsibility for the program design, operation, and performance, they are motivated to invest in convenient and innovative redemption infrastructure and improve packaging recyclability to control costs and meet performance targets. If amended, this bill will provide the most cost-effective system to increase recycling and catapult Maryland towards a circular economy with true bottle-to-bottle recycling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Delphine Dahan-Kocher, Constellium. Quite certain I butchered that, sorry.
Yes, no worries at all. Hi, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm a Vice President for Public Affairs at Constellium based in Baltimore County. Constellium is also a founding member of a coalition for high performance recycling and a strong advocate for well-designed recycling refund policies in the US and around the world. We are a leader in aluminum production and aluminum recycling with our US headquarters here in Maryland, and which is the reason why I would like to offer a business perspective on why we support this bill with amendment. We serve a packaging, automotive, aerospace, and defense markets, and recycling for all these markets is central to our business model. About 70% of the metal we use already comes from recycled sources. And used beverage cans especially are critical for us. They're high quality, they can be recycled again and again, and on average, they return to our facilities within roughly 60 days. So every year, we recycle more than 20 billion cans in the US, and this supply is essential for our customers as well, like Coke, Pepsi, Budweiser, and it keeps the recycled content in our products above 70%. It's also extremely important for us in terms of climate actions and energy efficiency, since recycling aluminum used 95% less energy than producing primary metal. When well designed, bottle bills consistently deliver recycling rates of 80 to 90% and provide the clean, high quality material the metal that we need. Few other policies achieve comparable results. So now is the time for Maryland to adopt extended producer responsibility. It's the right time to build on that foundation and introduce a beverage container refund program grounded in proven models. And we really thank you for this leadership on this important issue.
Thank you very much. We have some in-personal favorable amendment testimony. Lorenzo Bellamy on behalf of the Coalition for High Performance Recycling and Scott DeFeef for Chipper. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman and Vice Chair Guyton and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee and Economic Matters Committee. My name is Lorenzo Bellamy, and I'm here on behalf of the Coalition for High Performance Recycling, or Chipper, in support of House Bill 331 with amendments. Chipper is an organization of diverse consumer brands, packaging supplies, trade associations that are promoting deposit return systems or bottle deposit bills for beverage containers as described in this bill. With me, and you've already heard from two members of Chipper, so I won't go into introducing them, but with me is Scott DeFeef in person, who is with Glass Packaging Institute and is probably no stranger to this committee and is available to answer many of the questions that have already been asked. We believe, as Delegate Terrasa said, that this session is the best time to pass a bottle deposit bill. The nascent extended producer responsibility bill, Senate Bill 901, passed last session, contemplated a discussion on a bottle deposit program, and HB 331 is that program, with, of course, our amendments. We know that the beverage industry and retailers are opposed to this bill, and at yesterday's hearing, I stated in the Senate that their reasons have some merit. And I would say that those reasons still have merit, but I think with our amendments, we would address some of their concerns and mitigate any of their rationale for not supporting this bill. The three amendments, I'll just go into very briefly what they do, and then Mr. DeFife will talk in more detail about them. The first amendment would be to place the program design, operations, and administration on an industry-led nonprofit and not a state agency, which in this case would have been the Maryland Department of the Environment. So this is music to their ears. The second amendment would be assigning financial responsibility to brand owners rather than distributors. So this is consistent with EPR. And the third amendment would allow for flexibility in where redemption centers or drop-offs should be located. We're not mandating that these drop-offs be located in the stores, as was stated by one opposition witness yesterday. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report on this bill with our amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, members of the committee, members of Economic Matters that are here. As Lorenzo said, I'm Scott DeFife. I've been before you before simply as the president of the Glass Packaging Institute to answer your questions about glass recycling with EPR and bottle bills, but here also with my colleagues from the private sector to make sure that the committee knows that there are private sector supporters of this legislation, and to Delegate Terrasa and the supporters of the bill who've done a great job, and we thank them for their leadership. We're here with what we think are some very friendly amendments that would help further smooth the process of integrating the bottle deposit program in Maryland along with the EPR for packaging legislation that passed last year. Lorenzo started to describe them. I can go into a little bit more detail. But first of all, one of the differences between what we would recommend and what is already in the bill, we would just go a little bit further than the stewardship organization to a full pro, similar to what is in the EPR for packaging law. It will smooth administration for the Maryland Department of the Environment. It will relieve them of some of the regulatory duties that are in the bill, but it also will align the responsibilities for producers so that they are consistent. You're going to have some producer companies that have products in both buckets, beverage containers and non-beverage container packaging. So that is one. There's a set of another amendments that would bring some more support to the bill along the wine and spirits industry that support being in a bottle bill rather than the EPR for packaging, labeling issues, state UPC laws, things of that nature that are necessary for very specific end markets. And in addition, as Lorenzo started to speak to, we would go a little bit further with greater flexibility for retail, ensuring that no retailer needs to redeem things back in their store where they sell them.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from Delegate Grammer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. DeFife, is that correct?
DeFife, sorry.
DeFife, I apologize.
That's right.
Without the amendments, do you support the bill?
We have been supportive of the bill. We would like to see the amendments. We think it will work better with some of these amendments, yes.
If we created a nonprofit industry-driven group to oversee this, don't you think that creates a massive conflict of interest, considering that these materials going back to the recyclers give them a pretty substantial economic benefit? Isn't it more appropriate that the state oversee this, seeing that we oversee the state and the people oversee us?
I understand. The state would still oversee the PRO the same way that the state oversees the PRO under our amendments, the state would oversee the PRO the same way it oversees the PRO for the EPR for packaging law that passed last year. The department would still have the approval of the PRO plan, but a lot of the details about exactly how to do it would be embodied in a plan, much like the packaging law would do, that then the department would have to approve and that the assembly can oversee with oversight hearings.
One final question. You've recommended we assign the financial responsibility to brand owners. Seeing that, again, you would likely see a pretty significant economic benefit from this bill if implemented. why should the brand owners encumber the burden of the financial responsibility?
The Chipper Coalition is with brand owners and material manufacturers and other people who are in the supply chain of the packaging itself and getting the material back. There's not necessarily an economic benefit. We would not operate the program in a for-profit manner. It would be the same, largely the same as the nonprofit stewardship organization with all of the unredeemed deposits. There was a question about unredeemed deposits earlier, going back into building up the redemption infrastructure, especially in the first 5 years where we need to ramp up the redemption infrastructure so it's easy to get your deposits back. I think that is consistent with also consistent with the EPR for packaging law that was passed last year.
Don't you see a conflict there on a long-term basis, the availability of this material coming to you,
Actually, I think it would improve overall manufacturing in the United States to deliver the material back into a circular package rather than into landfills, which is where most of the curbside material goes now. And it would actually bolster jobs in the Mid-Atlantic region because access to raw materials helps create new manufacturing opportunities for the packaging that is being regulated.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we will turn to our series of unfavorable witnesses. Alex Austin, Prince George's Chamber of Commerce, Lisa Cardell, Waste Management, Tiffany Harvey, Beverage Association, Sarah Price, Retailers Alliance, and Megan Dahm, Beverage Association. And remember that Me Too is a perfectly appropriate form of testimony.
Got it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. Sarah Price here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance in strong opposition to this proposal. Despite the theoretically space-saving options like reverse vending machines and bag drops, the law would still require retailers to manually redeem containers should these options be offline, which means that redemption-trained staff needs to be available on every single shift, and regular operations at our customer service counters are impeded. These redemption options also do not preclude the need for storage space on retail property because we need to keep the containers somewhere until the stewardship organization comes to pick them up. Cost-wise, leasing enough RVMs to adequately collect plastic, glass, and aluminum can cost over $1,000 a month. The U.S. Census reports over 1,200 supermarkets and grocery retail businesses in Maryland. So if 1,000 stores comply with a minimum of 3 RVMs, the handling fee for those leases alone would total almost $11 million per year. And if every one of those stores has one minimum wage employee doing redemption-related duties for 2 hours a day, that's another $11 million in handling fees. Producer fees will need to be extremely high to meet the financial demand of this program as proposed. And every single grocery store with a store brand falls under the definition of producer in both EPR and this bill. So we will be very heavily financially impacted. Finally, I would note that the line item fee for the deposit will disproportionately impact our customers using food benefits because you cannot use SNAP to pay for a fee. So those customers will have to pay for that fee up front every time at the grocery store. So we would urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Tiffany Harvey, and I represent the Maryland Delaware DC Beverage Association, and we are here urging an unfavorable report on House Bill 331. I want to hit a couple of points. We did submit written testimony, but I just want to highlight a few things. One, affordability. We've heard that term several times since opening day of a legislative session. This does increase costs for Marylanders at the point of sale. You do not get that dime back until you redeem that item. So that's kind of first and foremost from our concern. It was mentioned that fraud concerns relate back to the 1980s. So I have a bill here from Connecticut that was introduced last year to address interstate fraud, fraudulent redemption in Connecticut, a bottle bill state. I have a bill here from New York that was introduced in 2025 to address interstate fraud and redemption. Connecticut state troopers were just asked earlier this week to step in and help address, in addition to their regular law enforcement duties, interstate fraud
around this. We're not talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're talking about to the tune of millions of dollars. These cans are being brought in. Somebody mentioned canning earlier. Folks have made an industry out of this, and they are driving into bottle bill states, bringing cans and bottles from non-bottle bill states and redeeming them and undermining the infrastructure of those programs. So fraud is a significant concern. Talked about EPR and the work that the state is currently doing. As you all know, MDE is currently working on the regs for that process. Public comment is open until March 9th. We're at the table on that and would love to see that program be stood up before we add a bottle bill to the conversation. The redemption goals in this bill are very aggressive. In states that have had bottle bills for decades, they do not have redemption rates at this point. Curbside recycling came out in the 1980s, and we haven't seen bills like this pass. I think the last one passed in Guam in 2010, Hawaii in 2002, and the rest of them are from the 70s and 80s. And with that, again, we urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Lisa Cardell. I'm a Director of Public Affairs for Waste Management. We are the largest recycler in North America. In 2025, WM, also known as Waste Management, opened a state-of-the-art single-stream recycling facility in Elk Ridge, Maryland. Several of you actually attended the grand opening. We invested over $50 million in that facility, and we also operate a single-stream facility in Capitol Heights, Maryland, and a high-grade cardboard facility in Elk Ridge. Both of our single-stream recycling facilities process over 310,000 tons of recyclables per year, so we are committed to recycling in Maryland. The proposed bottle deposit bill would divert valuable beverage containers from established, successful, and popular curbside recycling programs operating today. Beverage containers account for approximately 25% of the value of the material from those facilities. Diverting valuable beverage containers from the curbside recycling program would significantly impact the economics of curbside recycling. As a result, the overall cost of operating facilities will go up, ultimately increasing the recycling costs for your households and businesses in Maryland. This could also threaten the viability of municipal curbside recycling programs. As Tiffany said, there are only 2 bottle bills that have passed in the last 40 years. Since single-stream recycling programs have been introduced, there's been no need for a bottle bill. That creates a duplicative system and competes with today's convenient curbside recycling programs. Last year, Maryland passed the modern EPR law that funds and improves recycling for all packages, including beverage containers. The bottle deposit bill would create a second parallel system that pulls materials and funding away from EPR, increasing the cost of consumers, retailers, and local governments. While we applaud the bill sponsors' commitment to recycling and to reducing litter, this is not the right opportunity for the Maryland residents. So we urge you to vote against House Bill 331.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Alexander Austin, President and CEO of the Prince George's Chamber of Commerce. And likewise, we applaud members of the sponsor of the bill for positive recycling. However, this legislation places very real and very practical burdens on our small businesses. Our local convenience stores, neighborhood grocers would essentially be turned into redemption centers. This means giving up valuable retail space for reverse vending machines, dealing with sanitation and hygiene issues for returning containers, and adding new administrative compliance requirements and potential new fees that these small businesses would have to absorb. For business operating on tight margins, this is not just a minor adjustment. It's a meaningful operational disruption. This bill threatens to divert high-value recyclable materials away from existing recycling systems, this including our material recycling facilities. Those materials have value, and when they're pulled away from our local ecosystem, that is revenue lost. And that revenue helps support essential services, not just for our county, but surrounding counties. And finally, I think this has been mentioned several times, but we compete every day with surrounding jurisdictions like Virginia, like DC. If we make beverages significantly more expensive, our residents will simply shop across the border. That's just a basic consumer decision. It's a split second that you have. And not only will they buy beverages, but that includes grocery dollars and particular tax revenue that we potentially lose. To summarize, we potentially will face a loss of recycling revenue, regional economic leakage, increased burdens on small businesses, and a very important offset to consumers that they will have to absorb. For these reasons, the Prince George's Chamber respectfully urges unfavorable on HB 331.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Megan Daum. I'm with American Beverage, which is the National Trade Association for the refreshment beverage industry. We are also not satisfied with recycling rates throughout our country, which is why we worked alongside Senator Augustine and this committee and others to help pass the groundbreaking EPR law for printed paper and packaging in the state of Maryland, which our companies and other consumer brands will pay millions and millions of dollars for in this state. That program isn't even off the ground yet. And to the earlier points about litter, we believe that comprehensively managing the full range of covered materials under the EPR law is the best approach for Maryland at this time. Maryland's packaging mandate will fund, Maryland's EPR law will fund residential recycling access, education, and infrastructure for the entire state and covers all consumer packaging and paper products. That includes cans, bottles, junk mail, food wrappers, cereal boxes, clamshells, meat trays, soup cans, shampoo, detergent jugs, liquor bottles, e-commerce bubble wrap, and more, regardless of whether or not that material is recycled or recyclable. Building out that program, which will support and optimize recycling access, education, and infrastructure throughout the state, should be the focus right now. Maryland's EPR law will take advantage of and build upon recycling infrastructure already on the ground in the state. According to the Recycling Partnership's latest State of the Recycling report for 2024, Maryland currently benefits from 96% of residents having access to recycling at home. That's a lot of groundwork already laid, and the EPR law on the books will take advantage of that great infrastructure. Introducing a brand new deposit return system will require new infrastructure from buildings, sheds, depots, kiosks, reverse vending machines, loading docks, processing facilities, as well as independent financial management, logistics, and administrative systems. With at-home recycling access as high as it is in Maryland, residents are accustomed to putting recyclables in their bins at home. We ask that this committee vote unfavorably to this report. Thank you.
Great, we have a few questions. Delegate Adams sitting in Delegate Fraser-Douglas' seat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, the panelists had brought up the fraud. I was interested in that comment. So the concern is money goes into the fund, and the fraud is that money gets stripped out far faster than it's going in because people see the business model. Explain better the fraud part, because you only were given 2 minutes. And
Sure, absolutely, thank you. So essentially what happens is when you buy one of these bottles in the state, you place a dime down. There was a deposit that was mentioned earlier, and they talked about kind of the receipt process. So you get that dime back when you return or redeem that bottle at one of the redemption facilities that was be set up in this program. What's happening in states that have existing bottle deposit programs, states and cans and bottles are being brought in by the truckload and deposited into that system. The folks that are in charge of redemption are not turning those products away, so then they are redeeming them with money that was paid into the program by legally redeemed bottles and cans. So those dollars are then flowing out of that. So they've made an industry essentially to the tune of millions of dollars. You can Google it, it's canning, and you'll see some of the valuation of these cases. DOJ stepped in, prosecutorial arm in New York has stepped in, Connecticut, they've all had to engage to do illegal redemption in the state.
so it's an easy way to get to some of the money that's in the state program. Second question, very, very brief on this. You're saying that there's reg writing that's happening now. I guess I just need to understand quickly what you were trying to get at with that.
You all passed EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility, last year. That bill is in the process. MD is writing the regs right now for that program. That was mentioned by one of the panelists earlier. It's a separate program that has to do with essentially everything that goes in the blue bin right now.
So your testimony is we're trying to pass or considering passing a bill here that we're actually trying to get the other bill through reg writing right now.
That is our testimony. We go into it a little further in our written remarks.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure exactly who this question is for on the panel, but I do want to ask, have any states had a bottle ban and repealed it? Because we've heard about sort of everything going in the positive direction, but has it ever gone in the other direction?
Great question, thank you. The state of Delaware repealed its bottle bill after years of low redemption. The decision was to focus on curbside, and they did repeal it.
And I appreciate that. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to add that it was repealed in 2010.
Sure. Mr. Chair, may I have a follow-up to that? So, Mr. Chair, I was having a conversation with Dr. Google over here, and I was looking at diversion rates, kind of when the bottle ban was in place in Delaware and afterwards, and once they went to universal recycling, and it actually looks like that they've been more successful with diversion rates of keeping things out of landfills and places like that since they've gone to universal recycling. Is that true? Is that what you've seen from the data?
That is true, and it's because redemption was so low in the state of Delaware, and they did implement universal recycling, which, just to note here for this committee, universal recycling is what is going to happen in the state of Maryland under EPR, is that universal access for residents at home, whether single family, multifamily, in public spaces, et cetera. And so it is a universal access system.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Delegate Boyce.
Thank you to the panel. I have two questions. One, I just want to clarify the fraud. So oftentimes a bottle will have, 5 cents in Maine, 10 cents somewhere, another 25 cents somewhere else. And so what you're saying is that folks are not depositing them in one of those places. It's outside of what's allowed per the label.
It's two. It can happen. The fraud happens in two ways. And the first way is the simpler one to understand, which is I live in Arlington, Virginia. We don't have so I have all these cans and bottles in my blue bin in my home, and I'm going to now take them out. I'm going to drive to Vermont, and I'm going to redeem them there. I didn't pay a deposit for it, right? So I'm just robbing that system of dollars for containers that paid already. The second bit is there are unfortunately small businesses that take advantage in a similar way, that they will, truck in material from a non-bottleable state that they, into a convenience store or a bodega or whatever, and charge the deposit on containers that were originally that they did not pay the deposit for. And Google's great. We could all Google the Seinfeld episode where Kramer takes his truck and drives to Michigan to. Yeah, exactly.
If I could offer and the reason why I think we have some concern there is because we don't have neighboring states that have bottle deposits. So there's a bill that's pending consideration in the District of Columbia. They wrote a 13-page memo kind of outlining the concerns with a very similar piece of legislation. They kind of walk you through fraud, et cetera, in there. As mentioned, Delaware repealed it. Virginia does not have a bottle bill. They did not pass it. Pennsylvania doesn't have one. So by standing this program up, we would be the only one in this region and area with one. And that, I think, speaks to some of the points that were raised earlier, which is why there's a concern that Maryland's program would be ripe for fraud at its inception.
And I would just add, Tiffany, to that California a few years ago, I can't remember the year and I can find it, had like 106% redemption rate at one point just because of the fraud.
Okay, thank you so much. And so I thank you for that. The second question is somewhat of the elephant in the room is about EPR and the deposit bill. And I know I've asked questions about it. And so, so the bottle deposit folks say this is just about litter. This is about materials that the industry cannot and will not capture. And then also the fact that apparently that EPR, whether it's fortunately or unfortunately, does to a degree make room for a bottle bill should one be implemented. And could you speak to that? Because the argument is that on one hand, we're saying we already have a program that we should stand up and work through, but advocates are also saying we can do both because the EPR provisions, and I'm looking at it here, make room for it should it become law. So I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, certainly that was a concession we had to make with Senator Augustine and others, and we were willing to do that. I think a good bill, the signal is nobody's happy and everybody's kind of happy, right? So that was that. But I think the larger issue here is that you all passed an EPR law. It's awesome. Only 6 other states in the country have it. That's amazing. It hasn't even started yet. So we've not even given it the chance to succeed. And I think that it was the gentleman from Surfrider earlier made a point about litter, that he lives in New York City and he walks outside and he sees all sorts of litter. The EPR law will cover all of that stuff, right? Like it covers all consumer packaging and printed paper. So it's your granola bar wrapper, it's your granola bar box, it's cellophane, it's all of these other items and not just bottles, right?
Right, but I think the point is that the one side is saying the two cannot coincide. The other is saying it can. You're saying the provision, it is in the law.
Yes, it is.
That it was a concession, but you wouldn't have agreed to it, do you think, if you actually couldn't do it? I mean, I guess I'm just.
Is it possible? I mean, the state of Oregon passed EPR and already has DRS on the book, so it's feasible. I think the comments we're making are about consumer convenience, consumer education, that, you know, we're providing all of this infrastructure at home so every citizen has a recycling bin to put it in. This, again, was going to cost millions of dollars. We're increasing the efficiency of collection, routing, processing, investing in infrastructure and machinery at MRFs, at the Waste Management KitKat facility, all this to make recycling better. EPR also has within it targets that producers will have to meet. So there are environmental targets that have to be met, and that is all embedded in the law. So the point I think we're trying to make is that let's focus there. Let's not, as we're building this one system up, then confuse consumers by saying, oh, actually, you know what, yes, you did just get this new bin, but all this stuff has to go over here, and you have to put it in your car or take it on a bus or whatever it is and load up to redeem it somewhere else.
And I appreciate that. It's just confusing because if you made that concession, at some point, maybe you thought you could. So thanks.
Just a reminder, my colleagues, we have more witnesses on this bill. We have another bill, and a subcommittee wants to meet tonight. Delegate Grammer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. Can the young lady tell me the years those other bills passed one more time, a little slower for my old ears, please?
Am I a young lady?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. See, California was 1986, Connecticut was 1978, Hawaii was 2002, Iowa was 1978, Maine was 1976, Massachusetts was 1981, Michigan was 1976, New York was 1982, Oregon was 1971, Vermont was 1972, and Guam was 2010. I'm happy to provide this to you.
That's enough. So it's been a while. The program we passed last year, does it include beverage containers?
It does.
Okay. And does that EPR include recycling goals?
It does.
So shouldn't we use the data we have from that program to kind of guide us going forward? Doesn't it seem like the rational step here? And this is my final question, considering like we have last year's efforts which seems to largely do what we're trying to do in this bill.
That is our perspective, yes. There's kind of competing ideas, as mentioned by Delegate Boyce. There's competing ideas on how to do that. From our perspective, stand up EPR, get that done. There is a producer responsibility organization, a PRO, that has to be stood up. You heard folks advocating for it, talking about like their stewardship organization. From our perspective, it just is sending a lot of messages to Maryland consumers and adding a cost at the grocery cart for compliance.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Guyton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. I think this is my only question today. I just want to clarify. I understand the EPR concerns. I hear that. We also had a lot of conversations separately about the fraud issue. And so I'm going to direct this to you just to clarify what I believe I heard earlier from the sponsors in the earlier panels, which is that they were going to have a Maryland state specific UPC code on the bottle so that fraud couldn't occur. Is that then still a concern for you, or would that not solve the problem?
It is. From our perspective, it wouldn't solve the problem. So there, as mentioned, there are states that have been doing this for much longer than we have, for decades, in fact. They have been looking for opportunities and ways to address this. They have not found a solution yet. So thinking that Maryland would have kind of a fix when we would be kind of coming into the game, and I understand folks say it's a modern approach, it's a different approach. If you listen and kind of recall how they said this works, you have to walk in and redeem it somewhere. So if I were to buy a 24-pack or a couple cases of waters and I'm redeeming all of them, there's talk about impact to small businesses. Somebody has to take all of those back. So they're going to be checking UPC codes at the time of redemption. There's just a lot of complications. I don't know how you sort that. I can just tell you from the states that have been in the game of bottle bills for a long time, they have not found any solutions.
Well, and I would also just add that state-specific labeling, there is precedent in Michigan that you can't have state-specific labeling.
It's from a manufacturing perspective, having state-specific packaging is extremely complicated. Manufacturing and distribution, particularly in food retail, happens on a very large regional basis. So there would absolutely be a cost associated to making that packaging specifically for Maryland, and you would see that in the price tag.
Okay, but it is possible it would just be more expensive. Very quickly.
It would be very complicated.
We have a time constraint.
The precedent in Maryland.
Thank you. That's
and
terrific.
Michigan,
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Delegate Odom.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you answered the question I had, but I'm concerned about this fraud piece as well. But I thought my understanding before was that unless somebody intentionally is trying to fraud the government, an innocent person that has a bottle, that's a legitimate bottle, that's returnable, he or she could, let's say, collect 1,000 of these bottles. And as long as they were legitimate bottles, they could be returned. Is that correct?
So if they were legally purchased, if they were purchased in the state of Maryland and they are being redeemed in the state of Maryland, then that is not fraud. That's just doing the goal of the bottle deposit. What we're talking about is an industry that's popped up in bottle deposit states where folks are illegally redeeming the products there.
That were purchased in other states.
Yeah. And we're happy to share we have some additional information. It's covered in our written testimony. We can share the memo from the District of Columbia. We can definitely follow up with folks and share some additional information that it's available for public consumption.
But to be perfectly clear, that whether I purchase the bottle or not, if I pick a bottle up off the street that's a redeemable bottle, then I'm perfectly allowed to return that.
Correct, yes, sir.
And so a group of Boy Scouts, if they wanted to collect bottles, they could do that.
Yes.
And they could earn money.
Yes.
Nothing illegal about that.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. We have additional unfavorable testimony from Grayson Wiggins with the Maryland Chamber, Drew Vetter with NWRA Maryland, and Chaz Miller with the Maryland Recycling Network. Mr. Miller, please just go ahead right when you sit down.
I'm Chaz Miller. I chair the Maryland Recycling Network's Legislative Task Force. Our members are county and municipal governments, sustainability and recycling managers, composters, and private sector recyclers. We collect and process Maryland's municipal recyclables. MDE is already in the process of implementing 2 packaging-related EPR laws. The first for paint and paint containers. Pretty simple exercise with you got information in 10 operating programs to know how to do it right. The second is the comprehensive packaging law for virtually all other packages, a highly complicated exercise with 1 operating program in this country, and that started last July. MDE has 2 or 3 years to write regs and oversee the producer group as it prepares for the official launch of this new comprehensive recycling program. Fortunately, MDE has very talented and dedicated staff to do this work. However, adding another EPR for packaging law for packages already covered by the existing law just makes things harder for MDE. It's worth noting of the 4 states that have EPR for packaging that do not have a deposit law, this is the only state that is considering doing a deposit law at the same time. And it's worth noting that in the EPR needs assessment, noted the challenge of implementing both EPR for packaging and deposits at the same time, noting the problems that could create. The Maryland Recycling Network supports EPR laws. We're an active member of the EPR Advisory Council. The council spent an hour yesterday debating the meaning of the word curbside in the legal requirement for a statewide curbside list of recyclables. There's a lot of little things hanging out there that there's going to be a lot of debate and a lot of figuring out how to do right. So one thing I want to leave you with is we support the EPR for packaging law. We want it to work, but sometimes it's awfully hard to do 2 things at once. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, I'm Drew Vetter here on behalf of the National Waste and Recycling Association. You've heard a lot from Mr. Miller and from the previous panel. Just wanted to emphasize a couple of points. On behalf of our association, we're opposed to this legislation for 3 primary reasons. The bill will harm and be duplicative of Maryland's existing recycling infrastructure. Implementation will be lengthy, complex, resource intensive, while we're trying to do other things. And 3, the bill would lead to direct and indirect costs for both consumers and taxpayers. We already have a robust recycling infrastructure with a network of 7 public and private MRFs throughout the state of Maryland that are processing the curbside recycling. WM's facility in Elkridge, for example, is able to achieve very high recycling rates through its state-of-the-art processing technology. As Mr. Miller said, we're in the midst of making a massive shift in recycling policy through the implementation of EPR. The bottle bill would represent a third recycling system, and that would need to be implemented in very quick succession with EPR, which we've already discussed is complicated and still underway. I did want to address something we haven't touched on today, which is we recognize that this year's version of the bill includes a process for MRFs to be compensated. And while that provision allows MRFs to recover some cost, it's time limited and doesn't go far enough and account for all of the revenue that's lost by the diversion of some of the most valuable materials out of the recycling stream. So we would be interested in talking about alternative ways to do that. Again, we're also very engaged in the EPR process. Based on our experience working with MDE, we know that resources are already stretched extremely thin there. We think it would be difficult to add yet another system here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Chair, I was going to say us too, I promise, but since there have been some questions about the fraud piece, I do just want to maybe make a statement that may alleviate the need for additional follow-up. There have been media reports just this week out of Connecticut. I would point the committee to those. In one, the commanding officer of the Connecticut State Police Bureau of Special Investigation notes that as it relates to fraud, individuals are crossing into Connecticut utilizing large box trucks, oversized trucks, and tractor trailers to commit that fraud. And so that's been reported in the media from the state police up there. He goes on to note that the fraud is creating a significant financial burden on the entities involved. And just one last note, it has gotten so bad in Connecticut that Governor Lamont had to include $2 million in his budget this year just for enforcement purposes. And so I would consider that information as we look at a potential fiscal note on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We have a virtual unfavorable testimony from Brian Crawford from the Beer Institute.
Can you hear me?
Can.
Thank you for the opportunity to address HB 331. My name is Brian Crawford. I'm the president of the Beer Institute, a national trade organization representing brewers of all sizes and beer importers whose products are sold throughout Maryland. The beer industry is proud to support more than 35,000 jobs and provide more than $1.9 billion in wages and benefits to Marylanders. To be clear, the beer industry strongly supports and shares the bill's goals of increasing recycling rates and cleaning up Maryland's public spaces. It is important to note that most beer is packaged in aluminum, which is infinitely recyclable. We look forward to working with you to reclaim more aluminum. The beer industry has concerns about this legislation and urges an unfavorable report. First, a deposit is effectively a regressive surcharge. Many low-income residents, seniors, and people without cars will not be able to redeem consistently, paying more at the register with no practical way to get it back. Second, a deposit system pulls high-value aluminum and PET out of curbside recycling, reducing municipal revenue and increasing tipping fees, just as Maryland is implementing its own EPR. Building a second overlapping system adds major administrative cost that the state cannot afford. The third, the bill requires extensive new redemption infrastructure while existing recycling programs are already set to change under EPR. And since Maryland borders 4 non-deposit states and DC, fraud will be a serious problem, which has already been touched upon. Retailers and brewers face new space, labor, and equipment costs, as well as mandatory returns and reconciliation headaches. Undefined terms and fees create uncertainty and expose small businesses to unpredictable compliance costs. Finally, neighboring states have not adopted deposit systems, and Delaware repealed its program after decades. Maryland should not rush into a standalone deposit program without first studying the local conditions and the effectiveness of EPR. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 331. We're going to turn to House Bill 342. Delegate Baylor, forestry licenses, applicant qualifications, alterations.
First bill in ENT. This is also a doozy. Mr. Chair, fellow members of the committee, for the record, Dylan Baylor, representing District 38, testifying in support of House Bill 342. Firstly, this bill has no fiscal note and no opposition, which is great. But the main root of the bill is related to the State Board of Forestry and forestry licensure practices that the State Board of Forestry uses. Under current law, right now, a person is automatically qualified for a forestry license in the state if they attend an institution that is accredited or graduate from an institution that is accredited by the American Society of Foresters. However, the American Society of Foresters updated their curriculum to include more urban forestry practices, and those aren't typically the same type of practices that we would want to have our foresters licensed in the state to utilize. So this bill closes that loophole and allows the State Board of Forestry to have additional flexibility to license folks. And there is an amendment from the Department of Natural Resources that provides even more flexibility to give the State Board of Foresters the authority to look at other curriculum that might qualify and deem that as appropriate and license those folks as well. And it is important to distinguish that this is not the licensed tree experts that this committee has done a lot of work on previously. This is State Board of Foresters, which is more, forest management, timber sale, as opposed to licensed tree experts, which are the people that come onto your property. So with that, we would accept the amendment from the Department of Natural Resources. The State Board of Forestry at the Department of Labor did not take a position on the bill, but they are comfortable with the DNR amendment as well. And with that, I would respectfully request a favorable report of House Bill 342. Thank you.
Delegate, is this a departmental?
No, it's not.
Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Baylor, first of all, thank you for bringing the bill. I have a cousin who's a licensed tree expert, so I'm glad you clear that up. Now, just one quick question. Can you practice forestry on Sundays?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
good.
Okay, seeing no further questions, that concludes Bill House Bill 342. I do have a moment in ENT history. It turns out that the program, the Pamela J., you guys remember like 3 weeks ago we heard about the Pamela J. Kelly Tremendous program? That was named by this committee. It was a bill from Maggie McIntosh in 2012, HB 594, and it was unanimous, which means a few of you actually voted for it. So thank you for honoring Delegate McIntosh's constituent. And with that, subcommittee announcements, Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Environment Subcommittee will meet at 6:45 virtually.
I think that is it. Delegate Lewis?
Tomorrow, the subcommittee meets tomorrow. Should I announce it now?
After bill hearings?
Yes.
You can announce it tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for your hard work. Have a great evening.